Well, before we may be seated, can we request a volunteer to assist us with a prayer? Amen. So we may be seated. Thank you. Before we start, the community of KATIMA, MULILO, and Zambezi region, allow me to acknowledge our dignitaries before me. Honorable Doroth Mareka Kavula, the governor of Zambezi region in absentia. Honorable Bernard Honorable Bernard Sisamu, representing the Councillor of Kabe North constituency and representing the governor today. Ms. Marina Kandumbu, the administrator of KATIMA MULILO Town Council in absentia. Regional councils in absentia. Honorable Bernard Sisamu Simushi, pardon me. Ms. Maggie Shino, the head of the delegation and petroleum commissioner. Mr. Biven Walubita, the acting CRO, and all chief executive officers of the towns and village present, representative from the Mafwe, Masubia, Mashi, and Mayei traditional authorities, and all the traditional councillors present, institution of high learning, esteemed community members, representative of civil society, member of the media, KATIMA MULILO youth, and the Namibian community at large. I welcome you to our engagement this morning. So, next on our program, I'm going to invite Honorable Bernard Sisamu, Councillor of Kabe North constituency, and also this morning representing the Honorable Governor of the Zambezi region, to come give us a welcoming remark. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I think I'm known by the region. I'm Honorable Sisamu, the Councillor for Kabe North constituency, who is representing the Governor, Doros Kavula Maleka. He's in Windhoek for other official engagement. And you will find that a number of leaders, as my colleagues, as councillors. They are also out of the region. I was the only one remaining. Therefore, nevertheless, we continue with our workshop for the day. I'll continue with my welcoming remarks. Thank you, Director of Ceremony. May you allow me to recognize the following. Ms. Mark Shino, Petroleum Commissioner. Mr. Johannes Bundu from NAMCO. Mr. Charles Mbeha from Upstream Petroleum Unit. Honorable Smata Muvonda, Chairperson, Ukalo Village Council in absentia. All local councillors present. Mr. Rafael Riswaniso, KATIMA MULILO, CEO, in absentia. Ms. Anna Sazita, Bukalo Village Council CEO, also in absentia. Dr. Samuel Mafuila, UNAM Campus Director. Mr. Biven Walvita, Acting CRO. Mr. Richard Kambinda, Zambezi Vocational Training Center Manager. Commissioner Andrea Cirello, Regional Police Commander, in absentia. I'm quite sure there is a representative. Lieutenant Colonel Julius Kanguia, Regional Defense Commander. Esteemed Traditional Authority presence. All heads of institution present. Business communities. All members of the public present. Member of the media house. Distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all. It is a profound honor for me standing here today at the political head of the Might Zambezi region to welcome everyone, including those participating virtually to this important gathering. At the outset, allow me to express my deep appreciation to everyone who took time out of their schedule to come, listen, and participate to the significant program assured by our government. I encourage orderly participation to this event to assist the government finalize the national upstream petroleum local content policy. As per established government procedures, before a policy comes into effect, the public is allowed to contribute as the policy will affect each and everyone seated here, but also the entire region, including Namibia at large. As we are aware that Namibia has recently made the discovery of significant offshore oil reserves with a potential to transform our country into an oil exporter and significantly grow our economy. Yet, we are actually aware that oil and gas alone will not guarantee inclusive development. Hence, government has deliberately developed this national upstream petroleum local content policy to meaningfully benefit all the Namibians along the oil and gas value chain. However, your input is needed to assist government to improve this policy, to have a robust, anti-inclusive policy that benefit all Namibians. It is for the reason that government is here today to seek your input to this important policy. We are here today to engage the residents of Zambezi region, listen, learn, and take note of your contribution to cement and improve on this important policy. Allow me to be very clear, for government local content is not an external consideration. It is the very heart of our oil and gas strategy. Our vision is to ensure that the wealth generated from petroleum resources does not follow outward, leaving behind only rings and memories, but rather that it circulates within our economy, empowering our people, businesses, and institutions. Local content for government means creating jobs for Namibians across the value chain, from exploring to production and beyond. Second bullet, building technical and managerial capacity so that Namibians do not remain spectators but become industry leaders. Third one, fostering the growth of local enterprises that can complete partner and strive alongside international oil companies. The fourth one, promote equally participation, financing opportunities, and ownership so that the benefits of oil and gas are broadly shared. We are finalizing a robust local content policy framework that will set clear targets for employment, training, procurement, and ownership. But we are realistic. We know that government cannot achieve this vision in isolation. We must therefore seek inputs from all the Namibians, including residents of the region. This government, therefore, is not merely an event. It is a bridge between the oil and gas opportunities and how the Namibians may benefit from those opportunities. The discussions will focus on the rationale, guiding principles, potential opportunities in the oil and gas sector, and overall objectives of this proposed policy. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me reaffirm government's unwavering commitment to develop a policy that will benefit all the Namibians. The oil and gas industry offers immense promise, but it is our collective responsibility to ensure that this policy is not squandered, but prioritizing and strengthening local content. We can ensure that the oil benefit our waters, becomes a benefit to all inhabitants above our soil. I thank you once again for your attendance and wholeheartedly welcome you all to this important engagement. I thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to Honorable Councillor. So now that we have been warmly welcomed, as I started, we were so eager to get going, even or have omitted to introduce to you as who's your facilitator for this morning. My name is Petrus Robert. I'll be the Master of Proceeding, and I'm also from the Upstream Petroleum Unit. So next on our program, we are going to call upon the head of the delegation and the Petroleum Commissioner, Ms. Maggie Shino, to come give us an opening address. Ms. Maggie.
Thank you very much, Directors of Proceeding. Mwavuka vuti. Ensha. The communities of KATIMA MULILO allow me to observe the dignitaries that are before me before I start my address today in honor and recognition of their presence as a leadership of the region. Would like to honor in absentia the leadership of Honorable Dorothy Mareka Kabula, the governor of the mighty Zambezi region. I would like to honor the presence of Honorable Bernard Sisamu, Councillor of Kabe North constituency, and the chairperson of the Zambezi Regional Council. Allow me also to welcome, to honor the presence of Ms. Marina Kandumbu, the administrator of KATIMA MULILO Town Council. Let me also honor the presence of the police commander of the Zambezi region. Would like to honor the presence of the management committee and all regional councillors that are present here today. With this, let me also honor the presence of Mr. Bevan Walubita, Acting Regional Officer, here today with us. All Chief Executive Officers of all towns and villages that are present here, all heads of offices, ministries and agencies that are also here today, representatives from the Mafwe, the Maei, the Masuvia, and the Mashi traditional authorities, and the traditional authority councillors that are present here with us, institutions of higher education, esteemed community members, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of the industry, representatives of the social society, members of the media, the youth of KATIMA, Namibians at large on various platforms, and my esteemed delegation as we have come here today. I'm truly honored to stand before you today, not only to speak, but also to listen, to learn, and to work with you on this important journey that we are embarking together very soon. As we sit here today, I'm pleasantly happy to see that today we are going to tap into the wisdoms of the elders We're going to hear from those that are on the ground, the business people and the entrepreneurs who are currently running the economy of this country. We are also going to listen to the youth who are the next runner into what this industry is going to offer. But of most importantly, I'm glad to also see that even the future is already here in the room. The babies are also here to come and listen. And for that, we appreciate the time that you have taken to all to be here for us to shape this policy, the policy that belongs to us all. Namibia has entered into a new chapter in its history. After many years of explorations, significant oil discoveries have been made off our shores. These are discoveries that carry the potential to transform our economy and open the new opportunities for our people. But let us be clear. The oil in itself can bring jobs. They can reduce poverty. They can deliver prosperity, but not automatically. It can only be through careful planning, through fair policies, and putting Namibians first, that these discoveries can then become a blessing for our nation. That is why we are here today, to engage with you on the local content policy. The policy, approved already by Cabinet and now placed before you for your input, is our national framework to ensure that our people, our businesses, and all our communities benefits directly from the Namibian petroleum resources. Questions usually arise in terms of what is a local content policy? In simple terms, through the local content policy, the Namibian government is ensuring that Namibians are not left out or they are not left behind in the activities of the oil industry as they are happening. The local content policy is a voice of the government, and it's a tool of the government where the government is making a commitment to you as a Namibian citizen. Through the policy, the Namibian government is making a commitment that the oil companies must and shall employ Namibians. Through the policy, the Namibian government is making a commitment, or the Namibian government is making a commitment that the license holders and the operators of these projects, they must train and develop our young people. It's also a government commitment that the operations and projects as they are being managed, they must source goods and services from the Namibian businesses. It is through this policy that government is making a commitment that there must be a transfer of knowledge and technology to our people. And finally, through this policy, government is making a commitment to you that Namibians must have an equitable participation in all phases of the industry. It is about ensuring that the wealth from the oil flows into our homes. The wealth from the oil flows into our schools, our clinics, and our communities where it matters the most. Ladies and gentlemen, why is this important? Allow me to give a practical example. If a company needs 100 workers, as many of those jobs as possible must go to Namibians, especially to the young people, to the women, and to those from previously and currently disadvantaged backgrounds. If company requires catering, transport, accommodation, services, all these services should be sourced locally. And they must create business opportunities in our towns and regions, for it's through these business opportunities that employment is spread further. If specialized training is needed, it is our children who should receive the bursaries, the scholarships, to prepare them for the future careers in this industry. However, we should note that this is not just about jobs. It's about building a future where Namibia can own, where Namibians can manage, and where Namibia as a country can prosper from the oil and gas industry. How will we achieve this? The policy have set out clear rules and targets. The oil companies will be monitored. They will be required to report on the progress made, and they will be held accountable for where they have not performed. Government will ensure strict enforcement so that the policy can then translate into real benefits. We know too well from other countries that came before us, that have found oil before us, that oil, if not managed very well, they can become or translate only into a missed opportunity, where in missed opportunity cases, benefits are captured only by few, corruption thrives, and the communities are left behind. Namibia is determined to follow a different path. The local content policy is our safeguard, our tool to fight poverty, to build the skills, to create the businesses, and to ensure that every Namibia has a fair chance to benefit. Let us all reject fronting, a practice where locals, their names and presence are used as mere tokens without true empowerment. If you are not present in the room to make those decisions, your name should not be on the papers just for them to go tick the box that I have a Namibian as a partner. Instead, let us embrace a genuine participation, a participation that uplifts our people, a participation that develops our communities, and a participation that strengthens our economy. Namibian citizens, members of the Zambezi region, together we will rise. This is our moment, fellow Namibians. This is our opportunity to ensure that the black gold that we have discovered in our waters is transformed into the real gold that every Namibian household will be able to see and will be able to feel. Let us build strong partnerships, not only with the investors as they come, but also with each other, so that we form a strong chain for us to put up a formidable force of participation when the time has come. Let us support our youth and those that are just starting. Let us empower our entrepreneurs, and let us also hold ourselves accountable to the highest standard of transparency and fairness in all our engagement and endeavors. This platform is not for us. This platform is for you. It is where your voices, your ideas, and your concern will be received to shape the final local content policy. Together, let us make it a tool, this platform, let us make it a tool for us to reflect the aspirations of all Namibians, those that are in the room today, those and even including those that are not here, those that are home. I thank you for your presence, your participation, and your commitment to building a brighter future for ourselves, a brighter future for our children, and a brighter future for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petroleum Commissioner, for those very insightful and enlightening remarks. May we give her another round of applause? Just to inform my esteemed gathering that there's an attendance list circulating in your midst. If you have filled in the attendance list, just ensure to pass it on, as we need the attendance of everyone in the room. So as we are here on a mandate to engage you on the draft policy of the upstream petroleum local content. And before we do that, now we are going to invite Mr. Johannes Mbundu so he can give us a presentation on the overview of the Namibian petroleum industry before we get to the policy, to know that how we have discovered this oil, where we are, and where we are headed. Mr. Mbundu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Johannes Mbundu. Senior Petroleum Engineer working for NAMCO. Today we'll be talking about first the overview of oil and gas industry, and then the second part will be the overview of Namibian oil and gas industry. Okay, upstream industry. What is the oil and gas industry? So, simple explanation of oil and gas industry is the industry which drills. First, they search for oil, they drill, and they produce oil, refine it, and give it to us. And in this industry, there are three sectors. The first one is upstream, which include searching, drilling, and producing hydrocarbon. Second one is midstream, which includes transporting petroleum or hydrocarbon to refineries. And the last one, or the third one, is the downstream, which is refining hydrocarbon and give it to us to use. So a quick example is upstream is when you see oil and gas company drilling, that is an upstream. Midstream is when you see a tanker or a pipeline transporting crude oil. And downstream is when we fuel our cars at a filling station. So how is oil and gas formed? So long time ago, there were a lot of plants which we called pollens, and also tiny sea creatures. So these tiny sea creatures and pollens Okay, thanks. So as I've said, so to answer the question how oil and gas are formed, there are three steps. First one, long time ago, million years ago, right? tiny plants which we called pollens and also sea lives buried underground. That's the first part. Second part, over time, because of the burial, heat and pressure, they started turning these tiny creatures and plants into hydrocarbon. That's the second part. And the third part, so these hydrocarbons start migrating from the source rock to our reservoir. So if you look on our slide here, we can see the source rock. Here's where the tiny plants and also sea creature got cooked by pressure and temperature and then start migrating using this migration path into our reservoir. So this reservoir is a container where hydrocarbon is captured. So to summarize this slide, so there are 5 important aspects which we need to understand here. The first one is the source rock, which is our kitchen, and then our reservoir rock, which is our container, the seal, which means that the reservoir rock have to be closed or sealed, and then the trap is almost like this beautiful hole which you are sitting. This is what we call the trap. So the process when hydrocarbon is captured in our trap is called accumulation. So second part, so how do we allocate these 5 aspects? We do it by using seismic or sound waves. So if you go to the next slide, so these are the machines which we use to locate those 5 aspects which we were discussing on the last slides. So the main job of these trucks is very simple, to send sound waves underground to take a very beautiful picture, which is on our next slide. So on that picture, on this picture, we can identify our source rock, our migration path, our reservoir, seal, and then the trap. But on this picture here, we cannot see hydrocarbon. So think of it like a sonar, ultrasound. When a woman is pregnant, go to the hospital, we scan the baby. So this is the picture which we get. Exactly, the method is exactly the same. Next slide. So in order for us to find out whether we got accumulation, which means the hydrocarbon is trapped in our container or not, so we have to drill. Drilling is the only process which proves whether we got hydrocarbon or not. Next slide. In water, we use drill ship or semi-sep to drill up to the reservoir where the hydrocarbon accumulation is. And on land, if you have been to Kavango region, the Recon Africa, they are using the drill rig. This is for on-land equipment, and this equipment are for offshore, which is in water. Next slide. So we drill, we found that in our trap, we got hydrocarbon accumulation. The next process is to produce. Next slide, please. Production includes, on land, we use the pumps. There are different types of pumps which we use to produce hydrocarbon or to remove hydrocarbon from the ground up to the surface. This pump here is one of example. And in water, we use this type of structures, depending on the water depth. If the water is shallow, we use these structures, which goes up to the seabed. If the water is deep, like currently the discovery is around 3 kilometers water depth or 3,000 meters of water depth. So we use the semi-sub or the floating production. We got the upstream, which include exploration, drilling, and extraction. We got the midstream, processing, storage, and transportation. And then the downstream, which is refinery and distribution. Next slide. So, hydrocarbon industry life cycle. So first, we need a license from the ministry. When we receive the license, then we can start to search for hydrocarbon, which is exploration. Exploration means searching for hydrocarbon using those 5 elements which you have already talked about. If we have discovery, so we need to drill more wells in order for us to confirm how big is the discovery. Drilling extra wells is what we call appraisal. We are now trying to establish the volume of the hydrocarbon which we have found. So if the volume is enough, we justify the volume, we agree that we can produce the volume on the profitable rate, then we'll go to development, meaning we drill new wells. Those wells are called development wells because their purpose is very simple. We are not searching for hydrocarbon, but we are producing hydrocarbon. Even the materials which we'll be using will be different because those wells, they have to stand for 20, 30, or 60 years to produce hydrocarbons. After drilling those wells, then we start producing. So can be producing, depending on our reservoir, can be 30, 60 years. And at the end of the period, then we have to abandon those wells, which means that we have to make sure that we close it nicely, not harming our environment or any living organism which is close to the wells. Then the process will be monitoring, just making sure that nothing is coming out from those wells. There are some impacts of hydrocarbon. These are the main 4 impacts. First one is political impact, so meaning that we might have some conflict within country or with the neighboring countries because of hydrocarbons. Environmental impact, meaning that hydrocarbon can damage our environment. Technological impact, which means that maybe we'll not have enough technology in order for us to produce hydrocarbon. And then economic impact, meaning that the hydrocarbon can affect the economy of the country. Next slide. Next slide. Saying that, safety is very, very important. All those 4 impacts which we're discussing comes with the safety. So first one is a political political safety, which means that we have to safeguard our assets, oil and gas infrastructure. We need police or soldiers, cyber security, security guards to safeguard our assets. And the second one is environmental safety, which means that we need strong people who understand the rules and regulation of the nature and people around our assets. Third one is technology. We need very innovative people who can come up with tools and equipment which help us to better produce this hydrocarbon to the surface. And then the third one is economic safety, which is we need people and experts who understand the economic of of hydrocarbon. So they have to be proactive, not reactive. They have to know what does hydrocarbon economy means. So all these peoples in this 4 area, political, environmental, technology, and economical, we need local people. The local people must have necessary skills in order to take up these roles. So, why hydrocarbon is very important? Energy is one of its importance. We know that because each and every day we fuel our cars using petroleum or diesel, but there's a lot more product from hydrocarbon itself. So if you look around us, we can see all those products which are on our picture, all the plastics, all our computers, our microphones, our notebooks, household materials, vitamins, fertilizers, those are the products of hydrocarbons. That's why hydrocarbon is very, very important. Next slide. In this slide, the most important thing is just we have to pay attention on the job creation across value chain. So we have already talked about some of the jobs, like when we're discussing about the impact and safety. Here, one just to go a little bit much deeper. So the jobs can be officers, security, soldiers, agriculture, tourist, hospitality, recreation, real estate, teachers who understand about hydrocarbon and give knowledge to the people, plumbers, nurses, cleaners, electrician, and electronics. So all those are the jobs which we can get from the hydrocarbon industry. Next slide. The impact of, the positive impact of hydrocarbon on our economy. So first one can contribute to our GDP and economic growth. Second one, of course, creation of jobs. Third one, attract foreign investment and technical experts. Fourth one, stimulate local businesses. And then the last one, strengthen public infrastructure. Next slide. Positive impact on the economic level. Oil and gas companies contribute to local development through corporate social responsibilities projects. And second one, they can fund school, hospital infrastructure. Third one, support health, education, social welfare initiatives. Fourth one, foster long-term positive relationship with local people and also encourage community participation in developing and planning. So we've seen, or we have at least looked at the overview, the general overview of oil and gas industry. Let's now come to the oil and gas overview on our own country, which is Namibia. How did we start it and how it's going? As I've said, in Namibia, we have recognized 4 basins, which is offshore or in water. This Orange Basin, Ludres, Walvis Bay, and Namib Basin. And on land, we got 2 basins, which is Ovambo Basin and Nama Basin. So in this basin is where we can find hydrocarbon using those 5 petroleum elements. As we've talked earlier, so in order for us to start searching for oil, so our government have already demarcated pieces of land which we call blocks, 100 by 100 kilometers. So if we look on our presentation here in 1994, we can see that there were few blocks which were occupied or which were ready for oil and gas search. By 2007, we can see the increment of companies acquiring licenses to search for hydrocarbon. 2011, 2023, 24, we can see that most of offshore, there's a fully occupied of companies searching for hydrocarbon. Next slide. These are our partners, all the companies which are currently here in Namibia, busy searching for oil and gas. Next slide. It's a quick history in Ovambo Basin. This is the first basin which is on land. So started in 1960s, and we drilled 4 wells. In 1960, we drilled 4 wells. That was before independence. Fast forward, it's also where Recon Africa is busy drilling. Last year, 2024, they drilled Naingopo, and currently they are busy with Kavango West 1 well, busy exploring or searching for oil and gas. Next slide. Second basin, on land. So we started drilling in 1928. We drilled 1 well, and currently we're still, which is in our Namibian water. Fast forward in 2021, and from 2021 is where Shell and Total Energy discovered hydrocarbon. The first basin in our offshore is our Namib Basin. So according to the geologist, we're being told that we got all the petroleum, the 5 petroleum elements, but there's only one little problem which we need to reassess, which is our storage, or which is our reservoir. We need to assess and come up with the necessary data. Valves Basin, also the same. We got the 4 petroleum elements. We got the source rock, the reservoir, the cap rock, the seal, but the charge. We need to reassess the charge, which is the migration path. The paths which connect the source rock or the kitchen to the reservoir. Ludres Basin, again, we got all the 5 elements, but it needs just time for us to assess the data and to reassess the data and to start again drill in that basin. The last basin is the Orange Basin. Here's where we found oil. You can see that companies which found oil, Shell is there, Total Energy, we got Gulf, got Rhino Resources, and then the last one is BW, which is on our Kudu field. So all these companies, found oil in our Namibian water, and these are the location where those companies are, and some of the companies, they are busy searching for hydrocarbon just to increase the volume of hydrocarbon which you already found. So in this slide, just to show you that the sound waves which we have already talked about, like the instrument which we use to search for hydrocarbon, you can see that at least we got enough sound wave to locate hydrocarbon. And the last image is showing how many wells do we have in Namibia so far. We have around 60 to 70 drilled wells in Namibia. So how can we help in search for hydrocarbon? I want all of us to pay attention on second point, which is education. Education is very, very important, especially the youth. We have now to see where we fit. We have already discussed about different value creation which we can get from hydrocarbon, because most of the time, youth thinks that someone have to be a geologist or an engineer in order to work in oil and gas industry. But we have already mentioned that teachers, they can work in oil and gas industry, nurses, cleaners, plumbers, people who knows electrical, electronics, and everybody can work in our oil and gas industry. To wrap up my slide, so first one, especially when we talk about upstream industry, we need very large investment. Just to give you a perspective, to drill one well onshore, we are looking in the range of 15 to 20 million to drill one well. Offshore, which is in water, we are looking around 100 million US dollar to drill one well, which means that we need very large investment. Second is high risky, because this resource is underground and we don't know what is there. There's a lot of uncertainties. Third one, if we found hydrocarbon, we produce, which means that we got a long lasting business. We can produce hydrocarbon for longer period, 60, 80, or even 100 years. Next one, it is complex operation because of the environment. It's very complex. We need specific technical skills which in order for them to work in this industry. And again, we already talked about the reward, higher reward. We're talking about business. We're talking about increasing of our GDP. Talked about infrastructures, various job creations, and also development. All those are higher reward or positive impact of hydrocarbon. So for us as Namibian, this industry is just beginning. And that's the end of my slide. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbundu Johannes, for that very informative overview of the Namibian petroleum industry. So just to remind the esteemed audience that there's a register going around, circulating. Ensure that if you did not write your name on it, please get yourself registered on there. We need the full attendance. So next up, we are going to hear now the main business as why we are here today on the draft policy. So our next speaker is Mr. Charles Mbeha from Upstream Petroleum Unit, who's coming to present to us on the draft policy of petroleum local content policy. Mr. Mbeha.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, I would like to say thank you to the leadership of the region for welcoming us to this important platform. It was quite a warm reception. And we are also happy for everyone who took time from their busy schedule to come partake to this important event. Before we start engaging on this important document, the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy, I would like to just outline a few things just to help us to understand it much better. The starting point is the Constitution of Namibia, which is our supreme law. The Constitution of Namibia, in terms of Article 100 of the Constitution, it says that all natural resources which are not legally owned by anyone, they belong to the state. What does that mean? We have found oil in Namibia, and the oil is underground. So that oil belongs to the state. Who is the state? The state is you and me. It's all of us. Of course, all of us, we cannot manage that resource. Someone has to manage it on behalf of us. And that's where the government comes in. Government helps to manage that. Now, the operators, who are the license holders, who explore oil and they discover oil, when they discover that oil, it does not belong to them. We just have to understand that. It still belongs to you and me. What they get, it's a license, so it's a right to say, you can search for this oil. When you find it, you can pull it out, sell it, make a profit, but we need to share because it's mine after all. When I say mine, I mean us, the state. That's where the tax comes in, local participation, which is what we'll be talking about today, and so forth. So I just wanted to clarify that the oil belongs to the Namibians. The oil companies, what they have is a right to access those. Of course, once they pull out the oil, what they have in their containers, that is theirs. They can sell, but after selling, we are still sharing because they took it from the resource which belongs to us. So it's important to understand that aspect. The second aspect I would like to touch on, the issue of 10%. There are some people who are of the view that 10% participation for government, it's too little. Well, we can debate and see how best to agree. But in order to have meaningful debate on that, we need to understand, is it really just 10% or there is more to it? Because why I say so, there is the 10% participation, which goes to government. By the way, it's minimum participation. So it does not mean, if government wants more, government can still negotiate and increase the 10%. So it's not that that's all. But assuming government takes 10% participation, there is also still tax, which goes to government, which is about income tax, about 31%. Then you add with the 10%, you are already at 40%. And then there's royalties, which is 5%, also goes to government. So you're already at 45%. And then you have people who are employed in the sector. And you have people who are servicing this sector. The people and the services, they still tax, which is charged. The people who are employed, they also pay tax. So when you add it all up, you can easily go above 50%, what is going to government. So we have to look at it from a broad angle, not just to focus on the 10% participation. Now, before we start, what we are discussing today is a policy. We need to understand first, what is a policy? In order to understand the policy better, we have to appreciate that there is a policy and then there is a law. A law is something which you can enforce. You can go to court and say, do it. There are penalties and so forth. It's enforceable. A policy is not enforceable. A policy is government's intention to say, this is what we want to do and this is how we want to do it. However, after government comes up with a policy, it's government's discretion. They can decide, government can decide and say, okay, now I have a policy, I'm going to come up with a law. It's for government to decide. But before you start talking about a law, you need to first come up with a policy. Those are the established processes within Namibia. The reason I'm emphasizing on that point, I read in one of the local papers where they were basically saying the policy is weak, it does not have penalties. We need to understand that a policy can never have a penalty. It's not a law, it's a policy. You put penalties in a law. However, still, this policy is not toothless. We have put some measures to ensure that oil companies respect this policy. One of the measures to share, what we have put here is this. Oil companies, every year, they are expected to come up with reports. What have they done? And the plan, what do they plan to do? That plan, they cannot do their work until that plan is approved. And that plan is approved by us, the regulator. So if you are not complying with this policy, as a regulator, we will not approve your plan. So if we don't approve your plan, you can't carry on your work. And that will cost them a lot of money if they can't do their work, because this is a very expensive industry. So we had to be innovative to say, okay, in a policy we can't put a penalty, but what measure can we put to ensure that they adhere? And that is one of the measures that we decided it will help us until such a time should government decide to turn this into a law. With that said, we will begin with our discussion. You can go to the next slide. And the first question is, what is local content? There's a definition there, but to summarize it, what it means, what is local content? We see the name local. So it's something within Namibia. So we shouldn't look at it in this manner to say, okay, local, it means in Zambezi. No, it's Namibia, the whole of Namibia, that is local. Basically to the exclusion of things which are coming outside. So anything which is coming outside, it's not local. Now, what is in Namibia? We have people, we have companies which can provide services, we have companies which can provide goods in Namibia. Those is what is local. So this policy is saying this. In order to qualify to be considered local, you must be a Namibian, a company must be from Namibia, the services and goods are from Namibia. So now we are basically telling oil companies to say, you must hire local companies. And these are the requirements of it. To amplify on that, someone can come outside Namibia, into Namibia, a foreigner, and register a company in Namibia. For purposes of this law, of this policy, that company, for purposes of Namibian laws, that is a local company. Fine. But for purposes of this local content policy, it's not a local company. Because we have to read the definition of a local company in terms of a law, and then we add this one. So a company may be registered in Namibia, it's a Namibian company, but it's not a local company. In order for it to be a Namibian local company, it must be 51% plus. It must be Namibians, shareholders in that company. And on top of that, 30%, it must be previously disadvantaged persons. So unless those are met, only then will it be considered to be a local company. Why is that important? You don't want a situation also, as a Namibian, you create a company and the company is not meeting those two requirements. You will not qualify to be a local company in terms of this local content policy. So it's very important to understand that. But for all intents and purposes, local content, we are basically saying, we are telling oil companies, hire Namibians, number one, and hire local companies to provide you with goods and services. Whereby, there are no people with the skills you need in Namibia and who cannot provide goods and services. Only then are you allowed to go outside. But as long as those are in Namibia, you have to use what is in the country. Next one. Why does it matter what we are doing? We need to understand that oil sector or oil business, it's big business. It's very big. Potentially one can argue that once the oil starts going out, once we start selling the oil, it can easily be the biggest sector in Namibia. So it's a very big industry. With that, we need to put measures in place that Namibians benefit. Because what does it matter if we were going to make billions, but it doesn't go to the locals? At the end of the day, it's meaningless. So locals, Namibians, they also need to benefit from that industry in order for them to appreciate. There have been some countries which do not have proper policies, and they have not really benefited. So Namibia, we are trying to make sure that we don't fall into that trap. We want to do things differently for the people to benefit, not just the tax, which is payable to government, but you and me, we also want to benefit, whether directly or indirectly. Now, it's important also to understand that with oil, it's not that all of us will go and will be employed by an oil company. No, the opportunities are beyond being employed by an oil company. Of course, there will be those who will study, capacitate themselves, and they will be employed directly into oil companies. But then oil companies also need services or expertise. They don't need to employ everyone. Some of the things, they engage companies, and that's where the local companies are encouraged to be available. You register, you set up an oil company, which is relevant to what is required in the industry. So as Namibian citizens, we need to go out, do a research, and see what activities are there. What companies can you set up or join, come together and so forth to set up these companies so that you can provide services, goods to these companies and so forth. But your starting point would be there was a baseline study which was carried out in Namibia. That baseline study indicates the type of services and goods which are needed by this oil company and skills. So if one wants to study, look at that. It will help assist a lot. What company, services or good, you also look at that. So it will be something which will be very helpful. These ones are a few companies internationally which are involved in the oil industry. On top there we see Aramco. It's worth 1.5 trillion. ExxonMobil, over 400 billion. Chevron, over 300 billion. And the list goes. These ones are also in Namibia, busy with explorations and so forth. Why is this important to reflect? Is to indicate what I mentioned earlier, to say this is a big business. How much these companies are worth, most of these companies are richer than most countries in the world. That's how big this industry is. Next one. Yes, this is just the background. Just to touch on it briefly. My colleague already spoke much on that, to say we discovered gas 1975, around there, and oil, we only discovered it recently, 2022. So it's to indicate that when you are searching for oil, it's a complicated, capital, and very expensive exercise. It takes long to finally discover oil. That's where we need to be mindful that when a company discovered oil, we don't want now, we want to take everything. Because these companies have spent so much. We need to allow them to also make a profit. Because all this time they've been spending money looking for this oil. Now when the oil comes, we can't just come in the picture and say, no. We want 80%. But I carried 100% as an oil company with these expenses. Now when we find oil, you are saying you want 80%. So we need to find that balance. And we need to be able to attract investment. Because if we are taking too much, other companies will not come. We still need companies to come in Namibia and search for the oil. And the more companies we have, the more money and the more opportunities for the Namibians. And this policy, draft policy, we have aligned it with other government policies, Vision 2030, NDPs, Harambee Prosperity Plan, and so forth, to make sure that they do not contradict one another. On top of that, we also looked at the Constitution, the various laws, just to make sure that it is aligned, it is not too far from other frameworks. Next one. I already spoke on the aspect of the Constitution, Article 100, but also what is important is the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 1991 and the Petroleum Agreement. This act, it's currently in force right now. There are some people who are of the view that maybe there is no law which regulates the oil sector. No, there is a law, and it has been in effect since 1991. Now, that law regulates the whole petroleum sector upstream. And there's also an agreement, petroleum agreement, which is basically an agreement which allows government and the license holder to agree on certain things additional to what is provided in the law. But what's important in that law also, for purposes of this discussion, is Section 14, which talks about local content. So this law actually already talks about local content. And it says that license holders must employ Namibians, use Namibian goods and services and goods and so forth. Now the question is, if it's already in that law, why are we coming up with this policy? It's because it is not, the provision is not substantive enough. So this policy is amplifying what is already in the law. To say, how do you go about it and so forth? How can we measure what they are doing? Someone can say, I'm employing, maybe it's a company of 100 people, and then you say, I'm employed 60 Namibians or 70 Namibians. But when you look at them, all of them, you find that it's unskilled. So you are not really capacitating. So we need to measure everything to make sure that Namibians are represented at all levels, including at management, executive management, and so forth. Hence, that's why we need this policy. Next one. Yes. Coming up with a policy, you need something to guide you. You can't just jump into a policy and start doing things. You need to have a vision. You also need a mission. Now, to simplify this, what is a vision? A vision is where you want to see yourself. A mission, as the name says, it's a mission. It's how you get there. So, if I say, let me say my vision after this presentation, will be, how do I get there? I need to finish my work, which I was tasked to come in. That is a mission. So a mission is basically, how do you get it for yourself? Now, there is the vision, Namibians. That is the vision in terms of this policy. Now, the mission, maximize benefits through Namibian workforce, goods, services, and companies. To get there, and companies, they have to be Namibians. They are the one who must drive or walk to be able to get to the vision. Next one. Rationale for the reason for doing something. Why are you doing it? There need to be a reason behind it. And these are the reasons that we want to achieve with this policy. One of them is national stewardship. To properly and effectively manage this resource. Because it's very important, it's our resource, you need to manage it to avoid mismanagement, wastage, and so forth. And you need to manage it in such a manner that you make money, you don't overexploit, and so forth. Sustainable development, don't overexploit it, but use it in the manner where you can still make your money. And also to allow the players in the industry to also be able to make money. And we want to be energy independent. We buy a lot of our oil outside the country. So if we produce oil, surely we want to be buying within Namibia. We need to add value in the country and be able to buy within Namibia. That will allow us to be energy independent. Economic diversification, inclusion, and value addition. Again, if we have oil, eventually we would want to have a refinery. What is a refinery? So that we can be able to process the crude so it can become into a product that we can use. We don't want a situation whereby we continually send our crude, because you can't use crude directly into your vehicle. You need to refine it. We don't want to send it and then you buy it back. You would want that you do all that in the country, so you add value. Diversification, we don't want to just focus on the oil. We want, from the oil, there need to be other sectors which will support the oil industry, and even other sectors which might not necessarily support the oil industry. Because the money is so much, you want to make sure that other sectors are also encouraged to grow. The issue of Namibian goods and services, we have already spoken on it to say those are the legs of the local content. We need Namibian to work in the industry, to supply goods and services. Ensure equitable opportunity for previously disadvantaged Namibians. Who are these people? Disabled persons, all women, and black men. Those are the previously disadvantaged persons. And the Constitution allows that discrimination to take place. If discrimination is justifiable and there's a law which allows it, then you may discriminate for purposes of balancing where there is an imbalance. Next one. We have guiding principles. Guiding principles, these are more like beliefs. What is it that we believe in for coming up with this policy, for driving this policy? And these are a number of those. Progressive development and impact focus. We must continually develop. If you have identified that our priority will be on these goods and services, on these skills, after a certain period of time, you need to adjust so that you can also cater for others. You can't just be focusing on one specific sector throughout. Commitment to health, safety, and environmental standards. Where currently we've discovered oil in the Orange Basin, in the ocean, we also have our fishing sector is there, and we all know that our fishing sector is quite strong. We get quite a lot of revenue from the fishing sector. So we don't want a situation whereby, because we have discovered oil, now we forget about the fishing industry and we cause harm. So these companies are expected to adhere to high standards to make sure that that environment is not destroyed or damaged. So they need to protect the environment. They need to put measures that accidents, spillage do not happen. If they do happen, they need to have measures in place to very quickly contain. The people who are working, who are exposed to this, need to be protected. We don't want people, they are working there, there are no protective clothing and so forth. People have to be properly protected. Partnership between government and industry. Government is the regulator of this industry. But you also have the license holders. Those are the people who are bringing out this oil. They need to be partnership, to work together. We need to understand each other and so forth. Again, government needs to balance that with these people who are bringing this oil. I need to treat them reasonably fair, because without them, it will be very difficult for government on its own to extract those resources. Government has a lot on its plate. It needs to focus on other things, such as building schools, making sure we have health facilities, and so forth. So it allows other companies to focus on other things, such as the extraction, processing of oil, and so forth. So partnership is very important. Transparency and accountability. People want to know, if I see that that gentleman has a license, how did they get it? So we have to make sure that our processes are transparent. And at the moment, if anyone is interested on finding out certain things regarding the oil companies, one can engage the office. We allow a person to go and inspect where we keep our records and so forth. Of course, with the necessary arrangements and appointments. So transparency is very important. And our President, Her Excellency, she also keeps repeating that message. We need to be transparent in what we are doing. If we are not transparent, that's where corruption can also hide behind. But something which is transparent, it's very easy. Say, you say that this is what you looked at. I need to know what is it that you looked at in order to see that did the person score according to what you are saying, these are the requirements. But if people don't know, we just see it's awarded, there's no transparency there. So it's very important that everything we do, we are transparent. Adherence to international best standards. Internationally, there are various standards which says this is how you do something. For instance, if you want to extract oil, a standard would say this is the type of equipment you should use because it is safe. Or in this environment, this is what you use. You should never use this in this environment. So those standards, we take those ones, are the ones that we will require oil companies to adhere to. We want only the best standard. We don't want someone, you come in Namibia, you start cutting corners, and you use things, the most cheapest things, which can endanger our environment, our people, and so forth. So we only want the best for Namibia and the Namibians. Policy objectives. This is the purpose of the policy and so forth. We have a number of objectives. One of them is to come up with a framework in an institution. It must be clear. The framework, it's inclusive. The laws, the policies, all those, collectively they are frameworks to say how do you regulate this sector. Institution, who will be responsible to regulate? Currently, the regulator of this industry is the Upstream Petroleum Unit. Before, it used to be under the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. But our president saw it fit that it must fall under her office. And now it is called the Upstream Petroleum Unit. So it's operating directly under Her Excellency. There was someone who asked a question to say, no, why must the president bring it under and so forth and all that? First and foremost, she has the powers to do that, number one. Secondly, whether it is at the ministry, all the ministers in any event, they answer to the president. So there's nothing strange or sinister to say, okay, I want this one to come directly to me. Because even if it is there, you are still answerable to me. But as the president, I feel that, okay, I need to focus on this. And presidents have that power to decide that, okay, this I want to focus is one of the key. Of course, they are looking at everything, but to say this I want to make sure I focus. So it actually just brings benefits because now it even cuts decisions, you know. It's not that after the minister to the president, but now it's just directly to the president. So you reduce bureaucracy and so forth. So it's just a benefit to the sector. Prioritize goods and services. It's one of our key objectives, to make sure that Namibian goods and services, which will save the industry, have to come in Namibia. So Namibians are encouraged to make sure that the goods they want to supply, if you are in that space, make sure that it comes from Namibia. As opposed, before you even try to find out if it's in Namibia, you already start buying things from outside. and you want to supply oil companies. Because you find a situation whereby if it exists in Namibia, but you bought it out, an oil company might leave you out because they would want what is coming from Namibia. But that is not to say you are not allowed to go out. If such a good or service is not in the country and you want to buy and supply, you can do. But first make sure that it is not in the country before you go out. The idea is we want to stimulate our industry. Training, skills, and so forth. Some things we can learn at institutions, schools, and so forth. But certain things you need to be trained on the job. So oil companies, the people they hire, we require them to train the people, upskill them so they can learn other skills and so forth. Especially the skills where they say, this is not in Namibia. If as a regulator we are satisfied that this particular skill is not in Namibia, okay, fine. Get people outside the country. But we need a plan. Show us how are they going to transfer this knowledge to Namibians. And it must be substantively crafted that we, as a regulator, we need to be convinced that indeed there will be skills transfer. Because if it will not be there, we will not approve. And if we don't approve, you can't start using those people. So that's how we would want companies. And at the end, we need results that indeed the Namibians were capacitated with these skills and so forth. And we will continually inspect to make sure that it is indeed happening. We don't want a situation whereby you are saying you are capacitating the people, but they are not even taking part in the activities. They need to take part to learn and so forth. The aspect of unbundling of contracts, which we find that it's very key. I think most of us, we may have seen a rig. It's a platform whereby the people who are extracting the oil are staying and carrying out the activities and so forth. It's a very complicated, expensive equipment. Currently, there is no Namibian company which can build that. Now, when an oil company says, okay, I'm going to get an oil company to operate and bring this for me, we say, okay, fine. We know it is not in Namibia. But what we do not want, in that agreement, you also include things like they will be providing drinking water, food, people who will clean, basically things which are available in Namibia. We are saying you can get the rig, they can operate, but for things that Namibians can do on that rig, which does not come in Namibia, Namibians have to be there. So we are basically saying don't put everything, lump it in one contract. You need to separate and make these, make the procurement processes available to the Namibians, so those who are interested may apply and so forth. Research and development. This is very important in the oil and gas sector because it helps with efficiency. If there is no research, we will not know what is the best way to do certain things in the industry. So there need to be continual research and development to improve and make the industry more efficient, profitable, and so forth. So that's where we also need our educational institutions to come in, even the oil companies. We expect them to fund these areas because it's for the benefit, not just for us, but for everyone in the sector, including them. Facilitate technology transfer. I've also touched on that, also to basically say oil company must partner with Namibian companies so they can know how to use this complicated equipment and so forth, learn in power, and we hope that after a certain period of time, most of these Namibian companies can stand on their own and say, now I have learned, I can do this as 100% as a Namibian company. enable participation and financing. We understand that it's a very expensive exercise. So government, in collaboration with the minister responsible for industry, has to come up with measures to see how it can assist for Namibians to access funding, finance, in order for them to tap into this industry. We appreciate that it's very costly, so government need to come in and see how best to assist with this funding and so forth. I think some of the banks now, they do also provide funding for oil and gas and so forth. So it's also an aspect for Namibians to ask, research, we are here and so forth, to see where can I get this funding and so forth. Then you apply, you'll be assessed if you meet the requirements and so forth. So we don't want, again, a situation where people are just given things. They must also work hard towards that. If there are certain requirements that you need to meet as a Namibian, do that also, meet those requirements. Where you need government support, that's where you come in. You can't just want government to say, I want to be given this, but you do not have the means. You know, you must also, on your part, do what is required of you in order to meet at least the minimum standards of the industry before you ask government for assistance. Foster collaboration, international and local entities, because we have most of the companies which are involved in this sector mostly are international companies. So it's basically to say we need those international companies to work with the local companies, again, for transfer of skills, knowledge, and so forth. And procurement must be transparent. It must be made available publicly to allow Namibians and so forth. Now, we need to understand that in terms of this policy, we appreciate that there are certain gaps, and we want to close those gaps. Now, in order to close those gaps, we need to skills development, transfer, job creation will be done, and so forth. So when these things are done, then we'll be able to close the gaps which exist in the industry and so forth. And the policy will also assist SMEs to benefit. Hence, we are focusing to say goods and services have to come from Namibia. So we do know that SMEs are fundamentally in the provision of goods and services and so forth. So they can be able to tap in that space. Again, we also have measures whereby we want to avoid things such as fronting. Fronting, again, is basically to say a company hires a Namibian because we are requiring them to hire Namibians. But that Namibian does not have qualification or the necessary skills. So we are saying hire Namibians, but hire a Namibian who meet the requirements. That's what we are saying. Don't just put someone because this person is linked to a certain someone. No. Hire a Namibian who's qualified for that job, is what we are saying. Because we will assess that. And if we find that the person does not meet, you cannot tell us you have met the requirements of the policy with a person who does not have the skills to do the job. So the person is just coming to work to sit, and it looks good in your boardroom to say, we have so much Namibians, but they don't know what is happening in the sector. Get the Namibians who have the skills and so forth. Next. There are a number of institutions in the sector. One of them is the Upstream Petroleum Unit, the one which I indicated that it moved from Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, now under the Office of the President. That one is responsible to regulate the industry. And then you have the NAMCO. NAMCO is the commercial arm of government to participate in the industry. So each license holder, NAMCO has a stake, minimum of 10%. Of course, they can negotiate for more, but minimum of 10%, so that government can also directly benefit through even skills transfer, money which will be made, and so forth. Petrofund, also very important. Petrofund is an institution that provides funding for training for those who are interested to enter the industry. So Petrofund provides funding to allow people to receive training in the industry. Fundamentally, that is their role. The last one, the operator, those are basically the oil companies who are there looking for oil, finding oil, selling the oil, and so forth. Those are the operators. So all of these collectively are the stakeholders in the industry. That is not to say these are all the stakeholders, but these, one can potentially argue, are the most key in the industry. Next. My concluding remarks, to say what we have here is a draft policy, so it's not finalized. I mentioned that to say, so if someone is not happy with the policy, there is no need to get angry. We are developing the policy, hence we invited all of you here to say that, okay, we feel that maybe you have left out this, include this. Or perhaps this is not needed in this policy. Or to say, we are happy with this policy. Go ahead and finalize it. So as the policy stands, it's currently endorsed by Cabinet in principle, but it's not yet finalized. To allow these processes before it is finally endorsed by the National Planning Commission, they need to be made public, they need to be effective from such a time. So for now, we are gathering inputs and so forth. And for those who are unable to give inputs today, you may still do so up until the end of next week, because we have deadlines and our president wants this to be finalized as soon as possible so that Namibians can be able to benefit from this policy. And for those who have inputs, it can be channeled, who will not contribute today. It can be channeled through the governor's office. We will receive all the inputs and will engage, consolidate. But again, it's not to say every input will be put in. There will be other inputs which someone might suggest something which is against our laws of the country. We need to respect our laws, so we can't include that. But if it's within our laws and it helps to facilitate, things which we will not put in, we will explain why. To say this, we are unable to put it in because of 1, 2, 3. After that process is done, there will be what is called validation, whereby the public will be invited. Then we will present to say we have visited all the 14 regions of Namibia, and this is what they have said, this is what we have included in the policy. And then we will present it at that platform. And then if they do agree that we have satisfactorily captured, then we will send it to National Planning Commission, who will do the final checks and balances. If everything is in order, they will endorse it. Then it will become an effective policy, and then we will continue to, we will proceed to start requiring oil companies to adhere to this policy in that draft format. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbeha, once again, for that very enlightening presentation on local content, which is why we are here to seek for, to present to the general public and also to seek for your input on the very policy. Since we are in the Zambezi region and we have the benefit of some of the member of our delegation being original from this place. We'll extend this opportunity to Ms. Scholastica Chatu, just to give a brief summary in one of the vernaculars, just of the last presentation. Ms. Scholastica.
Luzira chwan. Na utwala. Okay. Nitumezwa kufiwa sivakaka chenu toema fapiramina. Neniska itukseza kono nikalika. Scholastica Chatu kona mavizo waka. Nizwerera kwa bukalo. Vaziva bochatu. Polete bochatu kona vondate. Mwendi kakukala ka presentation yelufirwe number 1. Walufire wombundu. Kachenu mkopanosi na hane ruvulezi mavani kwa NBC Silozi Radio. Kikuli kafera kutomile musa kaza polisi yeluvulelezwi yona vizwa National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy kona mwe vizezwa. Mutomo tuna luli kikuli na hayalu na ya Namibia ifumani mulafo omutuna ona wa oil and gas kona kuli mulafo kinto yende luli yetiswa kwa na hayaluna imikika 4 halu vulelelwa kuli kachenule halu fumani ona mulafo luna va Namibia kapava yahi va Namibia halu swaneli kuva kwali neko leo yulukana kuvulera kuli luna haluna kavelo nikalulo na mwa oil and gas ye kona kuli yona polisi yo haitisizwe kuluna kikuli luna vana Namibia ona vayahi nimba luti ka ofera vasona kuluta vana valuna vakone kuvani zivo yakulu kona kuvachwani nikufumana kalulo ona mwa oil and gas yeluvulelezi kachenu kavumai sina hava luvulelezi vo presenta vapili kikuli yona na hayaluna haluna lichaziva mwa oil and gas kona kuli halu sinali chaziva mwa oil and gas yona polisi ye ilutusa kulutaluhanyeza kuli lukava chwani lichaziva ona mwa oil and gas ye sihulu kwa vancha valuna sihulu vavana nilipisi nisi kiona nako ye sina haili kwa makalelo ona aluviza ma discoveries kinto elufumani fera kona halu ifumani luka kena chwani niluna kuli luve nikalulo kona kuli ma youth ona vavancha vavali business ni vava vasina misevezi lwaza kuli na haluna ina ni vavancha vavangata vavasina misevezi kiona nako ye yakweza kuli luna vavancha lukene mwakalulo ye mwakolo ye ya oil and gas kuzwera pili kwa presentation ya number 2 kapa ya voveli yene lufiwa kuvombeha vonane valutaluhanyeza kavutungi ona polisi ye nika ngafera ni kwa presentation ya valufire kufona hala kuli vakwande anaha vavatele kulufitera hanyani kakuli vana ni uchaziva ime kivao vane vakonile kuziva ni kufana kuli na halu na ina ni oli kona kuli kalulo ye ya polisi zetisa luli kikulutusa kuli luskelo ako na kuvuhafera vakwande anaha havanze valafa ona oli yeo havanze vai kavera buswa wana hayaluna kika 4 yona polisi ya haitisizwe kuluna kuli vava nani kalulo kapava kona kuvani vuchaziva ona mwakolo ye kapa ona ma companies ya mwa oil and gas akona kutusa vana valuna kapa vana vali kritika ufera mwana hayaluna kuli vakone kuvani misevezi mwa kalulo ya oil and gas mukona kuvafera ni kalulo kapa kuseveza mwa oil and gas hamu vile ni vuchaziva kikaho halutire kuli utoi kutwera kumina kamo halu vireni presentation ye ya local content policy kuli mukone kuluvulerera kamo muvani maikutu amina kuli policy ye mwatavera zama yakazona kapa kuna nize mvata kuzwisa mwateni kapa kuna ni momu vata kutusezwa sihulu va security sa Zambezi kachenu tava yemwe yavuto kwa kiakuli policy ye ivata kutusa vao vavancha kapa vavata vasavata kuvata msevezi ili kuli kwali nako kapa kwa miahayetaha lukone kutusa ni una lukone kuiva nili mwendili kolo chwalo zizikona kutusa vana vasikolo kuziva zona za oli ni gasi moho chwalo nikuva ni vachazi vavazwerera mwana haya Namibia kavu kuswani neni vatafera kususuweza kuli haluka vani nako ya kuvuza lipuzo mwendine luka kwalola lipuza luna kuvulera kaseo muvona kuli lukona kuvani ni kuchincha kapa kuhatiseza ona polisi ye luske lwasia vavatire kuluna kuli kachenu vakute kwa winduku ndeni kwa maferezo lukavulera kuli no polisi ye kiyavona akiyaluna alusikata hakwasichava kona lutire kachenu kuli muveni yona kalulo nvava sio kafera kachenu lukasia polisi ye kwanu kwa regional council mina vava sio vamwendo vava luvona fama zimu mwangala vamwendo mukata kwa regional council kutofa maikutu amina and then vakalu seningera ona maikutu ao kuli lukona kuyohatiseza ona polisi ye sina hava vulezi kwa kuferereza halukazwa faa lukakuta kwa mlenengi hakilu na fera vavatire mwa regions luna nilikwata kwa tazenzi faka chenu baba mbanzi kwa Irongo baba mbanzi kwa mwali vakavaka zechinchana luna lutire kwanu kwa Zambezi kuyozerera makavango kona kuli kikalule elufyefiwa kwa mangi kumangi ni mangi kona kuli halukazwa kwanu liyo hatiseza likalulo zeka ofera lukava ni validation workshop yona validation workshop yo ikaviza vao vavayemera security sa Zambezi vakaya kwa mleneng kuyonyakisisa kulizelu vulezika chenu mwendi maikutu ama mulu asire vakayo lutusa nikuvulera kuli maikutu na musonala kwa vea mwali kalulo zenize kona kuli luli lwaitumera kuvona kuli lunani vavancha vavangata vatereka chenu lukupa kuli mukole lipiruzami na musike mwakuta kwa mandu amina nge musika vulera seo lusonela kuchincha ili kuli nilu na luve nikalulo onamwa oli ni gas na itumera
Nalitumera vasolastika. Thank you very much for that summary in the vernacular. I'm sure no one is left behind now. So now we are going to move into the question and answer session. But before we commence with that session, I would like to ask my high table, we are going to rotate briefly just to face the audience. And I'm also going to invite my co-facilitator to come just give us an establishment of how we are going to engage. Then we'll commence briefly.
Should I wait for you? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aune Amutenya, and I would like to acknowledge the protocol that has already been established. Thank you for joining today's public consultation meeting, and your time and input are truly appreciated as we work together on this important discussion. Before we move to the question and answer discussion and the recommendation session, I just want to give you a few simple guidelines that will help us during the upcoming session. I would like to urge you to be respectful. Let's treat all our speakers and participants with courtesy. Only one person is allowed to talk at a time, So you should wait to be called on by the facilitator before you speak. Let's keep it brief and focused. And we should stay on the topic. So we are here to discuss the National Petroleum Upstream Local Content Policy. So our discussions should be on that topic. You must, if there are any other off-topic comments, maybe this will be redirected or saved for later. We must respect the facilitator. He is here to help guide the discussions and just ensure that everyone has a voice. We must use appropriate language at all times, and let's not interrupt each other while speaking. So allow each person to speak without being interrupted. Thank you for being part of this process in a respectful and collaborative way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amtenya, for giving us those guidelines for engagement. The floor now is open for the public to ask questions or to give your recommendation on the policy. So you may raise up your hand, and then there will be a mic which will be passed on, so that you can, I can see already there are hands which have been raised. So since the mic is already by the middle session, we can give the gentleman in a blue suit.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Mine is just a comment. Thank you very much to hear this issue today. I think we as the Namibians, we are going to benefit from this project. So I don't know whether now this company, it will hinder some work, like some other projects or other stuffs. Because when you talk about this petroleum or gas and oil, I think maybe, I don't know, maybe it cannot hinder some things like to contaminate our water, to destroy other things in another way around. If not, then we do appreciate for this. And what we need Namibians to be benefit really, as you have said. And apart from this, as a proud Namibian, I'm coming from the Office of the Visually Impaired. Whenever you see me holding this stick, you have to, immediately you have to think that I'm just focusing to the visually impaired and the other disability movement. So, when we talk about this policy, do you have this policy in Braille? If not, I'm begging you to put this in Braille so that every visually impaired or other people, they can access this policy. As I'm speaking now, I didn't realize whether we have one of the handout in Braille since I arrived here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Okay, we'll come to you.
Thank you so much. I'm from Karo Traditional Authority. Masuba Traditional Authority. you talked about youth.
Can you repeat once again from which traditional authority are you?
Masuvia Traditional Authority from Bukalo.
Thank you.
You are talking about youth. Let me say, since it started with this new after elections, you talk about youth. We have so many youth in Namibia. The new curriculum that came in place, because we had an old curriculum where grade 10s, when the examinations, they were getting their qualifications, and now grade 12. Now it's grade 12 and grade 11. Those who failed the grade 10, grade 11 of the grade 12 of the past curriculum, and the youth who failed the grade 10 in the past curriculum, that in the new curriculum. There's no even NAMCOL for them to upgrade their grades so that they can qualify. You see, now if you say you'll be, there's not all the youth that will be beneficiaries in here. It's only those who are in the new curriculum that will benefit. The old ones will not benefit. So how are you going to show that those youth of the old curriculum also become beneficiaries? That's my question. Secondly, we don't have oil and gas in Zambezi region. As we have seen on this, whether it is a company that was in Kavango, when it started, already they have provided support to many youth to study. But it did not benefit already the people from Zambezi region. Maybe I'm not informed. That also they even accessed their tertiary. So now you say youth will benefit. So does it mean that after this point, that's when now this company will start to support people from Zambezi region? Lastly, but not least, we are having 14 regions. How much is each region going to benefit from the revenues from this gas and petroleum? Because each region have got youth, have got the people, and it have needs to develop the Namibian people. Because you are talking of Namibians. When you talk of Namibians, you talk about the regions, the constituents in the towns. So I wanted to see, because in this point I did not see where it talks about towns, where it talks about regions. It only talks about Namibians. But Namibians is divided in categories. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I think just to get a fair distribution, we have taken from the behind. Can we just get the mic in the middle? And I also would like to advise the public that those who are with questions, please just write down your question so that you don't forget your point. We'll give you the opportunity to convey your point.
Thank you very much. I've listened attentively as you were elaborating on the petroleum. My question is on on the 14th region. When we are talking about the benefiting the Namibians, are there quotas that are given to each region whereby we say that a certain quota is allocated to Zambezi or either to Kavango or either to Karas? I think that's very important for us to know, because if we only talk as Namibian, then we won't know how a Zambezian, someone from Zambezi, will be able to benefit from this petroleum. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think you may pass the mic just to the person sitting next to you.
Okay, thank you so much, and greetings to everyone, and a wonderful good morning. My name is Dobson Kwala. I own Ishuv Investment, a multi-service provider company. I think I really appreciate the noble decision that the government have taken, and it really shows that partly there was ignorance towards economical stimulation, especially in the line of energy sector. And I only have 4 questions that I want to bring to your attention. And I think this policy for me is fine because the presentation speaks about kind of a regret towards serving the people of this country that the current head of state have realized and found like, no, let me try and push this to happen. Now the first question is, local entrepreneurs to be given first opportunity per region, not randomly without the knowledge of the specific local community. Because I heard from your presentation you're talking about local as Namibians. I'll just add to what the elder have just spoken, that let's not make mistake in that policy, that somebody from Karas comes and get a EPL in Zambezi, in a village whereby there's a graduate or somebody that had knowledge or interest. Because of unfair distribution of information, one from Karas managed to get information that there is an opportunity to apply for an EPL in Zambezi. And equally also from Zambezi, you cannot just go to Karas and you find like, okay, no, since you're a Namibian, you are already benefiting there, because this is what has caused many conflicts around the world. Now, the second one is give us a background of the oil production in the world, given the current technology in place. How long does it take for production to take place? This one is very, very, it tests your capability or knowledge. You cannot tell us like it takes 100 years to research and find, because countries that are already into this business, they can just take 24 hours. They have already got the deposit and it's just a matter of drilling. So you give us a good background attached to Texas, attached to Dubai, attached to UK, because most cities around the world are built by oil reserves.
Sir, maybe just a bit of correction on that one. The 150 or 20 years you have had, that's the duration which it can take to produce a field, not the time taken in order to develop a field. The development of a field can take from 5 years minimum if it's expedited, and if it's at more, it can be around 9 or 10 years there,
Now,
if that may assist.
Okay, now why don't you wait for me to submit my question, then you put it in a question. Okay, thank you. The first one is, the third one is, why was NAMCO service station did not consider putting a service station in Zambezi region? But Petroso, according to background, is an Angolian company, managed to open an opportunity that was for NAMCO. Because I've seen towards Otavi, there's one NAMCO there. I've seen in Windhoek, I saw in Rundu. A few towns that I've traveled, I've seen NAMCO existing. But you are forgetting the strategy that this town is having in terms of a strategic point. But you are allowing the foreigners to invest in this region. Then the first one is there any result of oil and gas deposit in the Zambezi region? Because it's very important for us also to know like what is our take here in this case. Because you can see that even most of the development that are taking place in this country, they are only concentrated to certain areas of the country. You see, so we want to know that you give us that report and say, is Lake Liambezi having oil, or is Lake Liambezi having gas, or any part of here, or is Singalamo having oil, all those type of things. And we want very, very, very honest report that should be brought forth. Then the fifth one is that corruption in natural resource of Namibia is very high. In the ministries in the ministries. Now, how will you allow the majority to benefit equally? And the reason why I'm mentioning this question is that we are already sitting with the challenges in local authority in terms of allocations to plots to establish certain infrastructure. A traditional authority also, are very biased. You see, in terms of allowing certain operation to take place somewhere. And we are sitting with evidence in terms of natural resource beneficiation in this country, whereby others are sand mining, illegally. Reports are brought to government, but government does nothing. Wildlife is the same stuff. We are not benefiting equally. And in terms of water resources also, it takes long. Though this presentation of this policy amendment or policy creation is in place, we must take into consideration that we are living in a state of time that we are already awakened. So it's up to you as government whether you implement soon or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we have taken questions from that end. Can we get the mic over here? Okay, since many questions have been bundled, the gentleman will be the last one to raise his question, then we invite answers before we engage again.
Thank you very much. My name is Sir Rafael Liswaniso. I am the CEO for Town Council. I have many questions, but I will submit most of my question in writing. So for now, I will concentrate on the issue of upstream, that's the distribution part. If you looked at the map, you find that there are areas where oil have been discovered. And like my elder said, that we did not see anything in the Zambezi region. But in terms of supply, the Zambezi region sits in the heart of Kaza, in the heart of SADC, and most of, let me say, Zambia and Botswana, Zimbabwe, they get their oil from Walvis Bay. How will this town and the region benefit to create hubs for this oil as the area that will be a distribution point? Because we can't benefit from the drilling, but how will we benefit in terms of the distribution hubs? Are there plans that there will be distribution hubs to be constructed within Zambezi region so that the supply, we don't have trucks that are moving up and down from our neighboring countries to Walvis Bay? The other thing that I also looked at, it's the training and skills transfer. You will look also at, you will check when somebody is employed or this fronting. When a company employs someone just because he's a Namibian, you will check on the skills. How ready is the
very thought-provoking, and you can see that they are sourced from deep-rooted issues that we need to address and take care of. There was the first question that was raised was a concern in terms of the environmental protection, which we just take note as an input into the policy. That perhaps we need to strengthen the provision for environmental protection. But I wanted to bring to the attention that the policy is not a document that's working in isolation. A policy is the local content policy is a supporting document to other legal framework that we already have in place that are dealing with these issues. In relevance then to the oil industry, we have the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 1991, which has a strong reference for environmental protection. And indeed, it has prescribed in such a way that any activity in the oil industry before it's being conducted the Environmental Management Act of 2017 must first be compliant with. That compliance usually involves then that before somebody come and drill in a certain area, they must have done environmental impact assessment, and there must be also an environmental management plan associated with the activity. Only when clearance is accorded from the environmental point of view, then the activities can start. Then once the activity is started, while the activity is ongoing, the monitoring and ensuring that the environment is managed and is restored to its natural status is also mandatory part of the monitoring and compliance to the law. So just to provide assurance that we value the Namibian environment, and we, as just like was said by a colleague, the same way that right now fishing and tourism are the backbone of our industry. Our intention is to make sure that we sustain them and they remain strong, so that the oil industry, the revenue that's going to come from the oil industry should only be able to support and not to break down other sectors, because the diversification is the catalyst of a properly grown economic development. And it's for that reason that, yes, the environment is key to all our engagement in terms of its protection. Another comment also that I take also as a recommendation and input, a positive recommendation and input in the policy, is for us to also ensure that the laws of Namibia take into consideration the visually impaired and also other people who who are affected by certain disabilities that they cannot get access to the document as we have it. We will take that as a positive contribution, and in fact the recommendation was for us maybe to have the policy pamphlets and document being translated into Braille. We will consider then with the principals and see through also the National Planning Commission, how have they made sure that all other policies are inclusive of all Namibians, and we will adopt the same approach for this policy also. And also, we will also ensure therefore that another input, another recommendation is to ensure that every Namibian is catered for to have an opportunity to participate in this industry. And that will include, we should not only focus on the women, the youth, but we should also go broader base in determining that priorities must also be given for people with disabilities, so that they can participate in the economic activity or be given specific platform of how they participate, which is different from others because of that requirement. There was a question with regards to the change in the curriculum. How have we impacted into this? I think I wanted to implore on an understanding that the oil industry is not determined by the school curriculum that we are giving. The opportunities that we are speaking for Namibians to participate is for all Namibians, irregardless of whether this person has gone through school with the previous curriculum or with the current curriculum. It's open for all. What we are saying is that Namibia has a wealth in its people. The Namibian people are able and capable to contribute at whatever level of skills that they have. And we want, therefore, the policy to make the door open to them to say, whether you have studied with the old curriculum, whether you have studied with a new curriculum, whether your level of education is only grade 10, whether it's grade 12, whether it's grade 11 or grade 9, there should be a skill, sort of skills that you should have, that we should equip you with, so that you can be able to serve the industry. There are those technical skills, and those that are able to get the education to the level of that technical skill we want to push them forward so that they can be able to do that. And those that are not able to academically perform at that technical level that is required, we also want to push them towards their vocational skills so that everybody should be able to contribute depending on whatever capability and capacity they have as an individual. The Namibian people are our resources, and these resources must be the one that grows the Namibian economy, all of them. Then there is also a question which comes from another question also coming. Three of them came converging to the same point. Do we have oil and gas in Zambezi region? The answer is yes, the potential is there and we are seeing it. The only element that we need to take care of is that with the oil and gas, until you have drilled and can be able to bring something from the subsurface to the surface, you cannot confidently say that there is oil here or there is no oil. Even if you drill here today, like what is happening by Recon Africa, you drill this well and you don't find oil in that well, it doesn't mean that just from across the road there is no oil. That's how the industry works. The oil is so elusive that it's not an exact science that you can say definitely here there's nothing, definitely there's nothing. It's not an exact science. So with we have gravity and magnetic data that has been acquired over the Zambezi region. And with this data, when we have done the analysis and assessment of them, we are saying that there's a potential, there's a sedimentary basin that is within the Zambezi, which is an extension of the mighty Etosha Ovambo Basin, just similar to what we have as a sub-basin of Kavango. There is also another sub-basin that we are seeing geologically here within the region. And within that sub-basin, there is just more work that needs to be done. We need to acquire some seismic survey so that then we can be able to identify those structures as they were being explained by our colleagues Mbundu, that we need to find the kitchen. If this basin is here in Zambezi, where does it have the property to have a kitchen? A kitchen is where you have those materials that are able to generate the oil concentrated. If you can see the kitchen that there's enough sedimentary organic matter here in this basin, then you need to find, has it been buried at a depth that has provided it with enough pressure for the oil to be formed? And if it has been buried at with that pressure and the oil has been formed in that rock that we call the kitchen, does this rock has pathway, roads, conduits for this oil to flow out so that it can come to the surface? But before it comes to the surface, if it comes to the surface just everywhere, it will be lost, it will leak, and you will not be able to capture and produce it. So we are looking to say that, are there migration pathway and transport mechanism for the oil to move from this source rock, which is the kitchen, into a rock that is like a sponge, will be then like the container where the oil can be held? If this container rock is found also next or closer to the kitchen, does this container rock have a lid? This container rock need to have a lid so that the oil should not escape. It must be captured in such a way that it's not a pool, not like a swimming pool, but imagine a swimming pool filled with sand, and the water is then in between those pores of sand. And once you then find that trap that lid that have formed a trap for the reservoir, then you can say, I have elements of a petroleum system present here, and I should put my well here, because this is where I'm seeing all these elements. A well, when you are drilling, is the size of this podium here. Where do you put this podium in the mighty Zambezi region? Where? Even in this room itself, you can feel 50 of this podium. So it's because of that sign, that technology advancement that is required for you to know exactly where do I place my well so that I can test then the subsurface to see where is the oil located. We are not yet at that point to say exactly, yes, we have a discovery in Zambezi, or no, we don't have a discovery, but the evidence and the technical data analysis is showing us right now that the potential is there. Also, there is exploration and production license application that has been issued within the region. I think we have a license holder instinct, or is it a reconnaissance license that was given a license to do the work? Usually Namibia, we run in a centralized government system, and with that, all the collection that comes, all the revenues that goes to the state must go into one pool, and that pool then distribute through the budgeting system for each region to benefit. So in terms of the tax administration and how the revenues will be spread, each region will be given its fair share based on the budgeting system as it's currently being done by the Ministry of Finance. However, in terms of the service provision, each region has an equal opportunity to be able to provide that service. If there is a call for example, Recon Africa, when they are drilling where they are drilling, that they need a contractor to be able to construct a road to go to that site where they need to drill. It's up to us, the people in the region, the subcontractors in the region, to ensure that we have tendered for that work, and by virtue of being closer to where Recon Africa is drilling, your tender bid should already have an inbuilt element of efficiency. Somebody who is going to move equipment from Karas region all the way to Zambezi region, you should come in cheaper because you don't have the element of costly logistic as they have, isn't it? So these are the elements, these are the opportunities that are available that we must capitalize on and that we must be aware of when we are then tendering or bidding for this work. One thing that we have also identified is that there is not much awareness that has been made or information being spread on how exactly can one bid for an oil and gas service. And that is a task that we have put upon ourselves as a unit to also do perhaps public information sharing in terms of what is the standard for the oil industry, how do you prepare their bids, where should you go to look for the opportunities of the services, so that they say if, fortune favors the prepared. We want the people to be well prepared, and then that is the only way that you can be able to participate. There was a question on whether the youth of Zambezi has been included in the scholarships that has been offered in the industry. I will give an opportunity later to our colleague from Petrofund just to define or in terms of what Petrofund, how does the Petrofund allocate its scholarship, but the intent is for us to have all Namibians with all our cultural diversity to be the beneficiaries of these scholarships, and we are doing that. There are certain even scholarships that are just allocated to the vulnerable communities, and the vulnerable community, we are even supporting now children, shaping them to study for oil and gas courses by funding them from secondary education. You have some very brilliant young children who are very smart, but because of the nature of their background, their home environment, they are not able to even just study to pass the secondary school. And because of that, we have also expanded the Petrofund scholarship so that it can even support from that level. So yes, even the youth of the Zambezi region are beneficiaries of this Petrofund. There is also, we take a positive recommendation that was made that the policy is found to be sound, but we just need to ensure, and we put more effort in terms of how can economic stimulation be done, not only at project but broader. And these are the elements then that this is the reason, the core reason why we have come up with the policy. It's because we want to ensure that the capital that flows in from the investors must trickle down all the way throughout the economy, and it must circulate in the Namibian economy. It must not just come in, but is being spent outside the country. That is what we are trying. But in order then for us to capture that economical value, when that foreign direct investment come in order for us to capture it, the Namibian citizen, you are our conduit for capturing that economy. Only by you participating in providing the services to this industry, that's the only way we can be able to come away with a piece of this capital once it has flown in the country. While the government is waiting for the tax, you, as the business community, as the entrepreneurs, as the youth, your participation in there is already taking pieces of this capital and keeping it in the country. So we need you to rise up and to come to the challenge. There is also that the unfair distribution of the information should not disadvantage the local. I could not agree more. And it's because of that that we want the participation to be throughout the value chain. If there is a license that is to be issued going forward in Zambezi region, why can we not have the Zambezi region community trust as the local partner in that license? But the only way we can do that is if the community itself is organized in a formal manner. This point the blame can come in twofold. If a community member does not know the information that this area is open for application, you will not be able to apply or do activity that relates to you applying. But it also goes the same way to us as government. If we do not know that there is community members in the area of Bukalo who have studied geology and they have done assessment and they can be able to see that there is petroleum potential in the area, if we don't know them also, we will not be able to help and provide them with the right information. So let's keep the line of communication open in both ways, that the citizen must come to us also and let us know that we want to participate in this phase, and that phase, so that then we can be able to pair them up with other interested and those that are able to provide capital and technical capability when they also come to our tables. A question of why is there no NAMCO service station in Zambezi region? Mr. Mbundu, where are you? This question is stepped out. Okay. Lucas, where are you? They will come, they must come and answer this question. So just let them know. Okay. And there's then a question of corruption being very high in natural resources, as can be observed. How will we ensure then that that the distribution of the resources is without bias? One of the objectives of the policy or mandate of the policy is that there must be an equitable distribution or an equitable participation within the sector. When we're talking about equitable, this word is very packed. It means there must be gender balance. It means that there must also be regional representation. It means there must be a distribution that take care of the previously disadvantaged people. It must also take care of the currently disadvantaged people. And there must be no preference. However, the only preference that is there, that is being driven by the government as a whole, is for us to prioritize Namibians. But in Namibian, when we're speaking Namibian, we are also segmenting to say those that already have access to economic activity must also give opportunities to others who are just starting. A startup must be given opportunity, not just the business that are already established. And it's only through these various mechanisms then we are going to fairly and equitably be able to distribute the resources without any bias. But one thing that must come to the fore, there is no compromise on the standard and of the service that is to be provided. If you are to provide safety equipment, a hard head must be truly hard. That if something falls on that person's head, they should be protected. And there are standard, industry standard, to say what is regarded as a hard head. And those standards is what we are not compromising to say, let us make sure that we meet those standards. It's the only way that we can be able to serve the industry as Namibians, but at the international level standard. And for training skills transfer, the question was whether it was a call for government to give the training right now already, not wait for the investors to be the one to give the training. And that we are saying we are already doing that. Since 1993, government, without even knowing that there is oil in Namibia, we established the fund, the Petro Fund, that gives training only in the oil and gas sector. And most of the people, most of us here in this room, including myself, maybe we can put up, we are all products of that fund. We were educated by the Namibian government on oil and gas matters so that we can come and save the industry. And we continue. So that call for Namibians to the Namibian government to start training its people have already started. What has changed now is just that now that we have found oil, the demand for the skills have just grown exponentially. And we therefore need now to also accelerate our training approach that we're using so that we can meet that demand, because every day new skills are needed and new skills are also coming. The use of AI, artificial information, intelligence technologies, was never known. It was not part of of the Petro Fund curriculum. But now it's to the fore of how you search for oil and gas. So these elements are what we are responding to on a daily basis in order for us to build a system that is resilient and adaptable to the change of time. With that, I think let me stop there so that I can then give, if there's any question that I didn't address, I can give to the others. Before we start the second round of questions, I want to give Mr. Mbundu an opportunity to come and, or still waiting for downstream to respond, okay. Then we can give to Julia to come and give information on how the Petro Fund has been training and what is the approach that they have taken to give these scholarships. Thank you. No, we are going to the second round. Sorry? Yeah, after the presentation, we'll then continue with the questions and answers. Yeah. This was just round one. We can be here for the whole day.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the floor. I stand on protocol as earlier observed. My name is Juliane Congo, and I work for the Petro Fund as the Company Secretary, Risk Compliance and Legal Advisor. The Petro Fund, as Commissioner has mentioned earlier, was established in 1993 to build capacity for the oil and gas industry, and we do so through a dual mandate, which is to support institutions, strengthen them to support the oil and gas, and also the training of individuals who wish to work for the oil and gas sector. And in terms of statistics of how we've trained since inception, we have trained 432 Namibians. who were trained in various degrees. Please just bear with me. I have flu, so just bear with me. Thank you. 432 Namibians were trained in various degrees. That is undergraduate, also secondary school for minority groups, and also masters and at the TVET level. Of those, 70 of them have acquired specialized skills. And like the commissioner mentioned also, we have a representation of individuals from this region that working in the oil and gas industry that were trained by the Petro Fund. Some of them work for the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. They work for NEMCO. Some of them also work for the Petro Fund, and also some of them work for oil companies. In terms of our mode of advertising scholarships, previously would advertise in the local media and also all sorts of advertising platforms, and the applications were received online. But this year we made a deliberate attempt to respond to the burning issue of regional representation. We sent applications to all regions. The instruction to the regional council offices is that they should print and further share the application forms with the constituencies, just to make sure that we reach all the corners of this country and that we receive applications from all the regions. So that is really a deliberate attempt from our board to make sure that we have good representation. But of course, we already have representation from all regions. We just want to make sure that we receive applications from all regions, and that is the deliberate attempt that the Board of Trustees took. We also have a database. In 2023, we went to the market. We requested for individuals to submit their CVs, those who wish to work for the oil and gas industry, and we've outlined the list of skills that are required, and we've received applications, and at the moment we have over 94 Namibians that are deployed all over the world, gaining skills, upskilling, supporting the oil and gas industry. And most of those CVs were obtained from the oil and gas CVs database. And at the moment, we are working with a service provider to make that database electronic, and also to give an opportunity for more people who missed the opportunity in 2023 to submit their CVs, to just have a link on our website where people can submit their applications, and employers within the sector can get CVs from the database. That's about it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I can see that we are truly engaging. So just a plea from my side that our next participant, please let's try to summarize, and maybe let's take per person. If you have more than one question, at least 2 questions per person, because when you have too many questions, the person trying to come up with the answer, it will be a little bit difficult to keep track. So, and also, just to inform the audience that lunch will be provided, so please stick around. So we are going to move on to our second round of questions. I can see the middle is well activated, so we can start from there. Yes.
Hello. Thank you very much for the floor accorded. My name is Jerome Mwampole. What I want to do is mine is just a follow-up. There is a question for NAMCO which was not tackled. We are still waiting for that answer. So we promised that Mr. Ndumbu, once he's in the room, he will answer that question. That is my question. Thank you.
Yes, just to provide a bit of clarity on that one, we did not let that question slide. The official present is not from the downstream section, so they are waiting for feedback from their colleagues, and that question will be addressed. Okay, we are going to give the mic just to the person next to you, and then we'll move on.
Thank you very much for the floor given. My question is in relation to the TVET sector. I come from Zambezi Vocational Training Center. Now, from the Petro Fund presentation and all the scholarship that are advertised, they are targeting on undergraduate qualifications, they go to postgraduate qualifications, but we don't see a funding on the certificate level for TVET qualifications, which are also core to building this nation and which are also related to oil and gas. The other aspect here I would like to put across the House is that the TVET sector needs capacitation to contribute immensely to the oil and gas sector. Now, in that context, we would like to see a proper funding framework established within the policy that will continuously support the, either in terms of infrastructure development or capacitation of staff members in the TVET sector to that height, so that it becomes easier for Namibian to benefit equally. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move to the middle row. Maybe we'll take one from there just to distribute the question.
Last time we missed out, this time it's all. Okay, I only have one comment. I wonder whether it's a comment or a recommendation. This entity called NAMCOR, NAMCOR as in NAMCOR, we're wondering whether this entity could not be rebranded now to re-win the trust of the nation towards these initiatives. Because the COR now stands for corruption, Namibian corruption. The nation is realizing that some individuals have identified NAMCO as an oasis from which they can enrich themselves. Maybe it has to be rebranded or maybe taken over under the ambit of the president as well. That's just my recommendation.
Okay, point noted.
Okay, my name is Maseko Kabuku. I have one recommendation and two questions. My recommendation is that it is true that we will not have these upstream places across the country or in every region. But is there no deliberate move to say those areas that are not having upstream facilities to also benefit from this, like we have had, this approach that they can also have the downstream facilities. For example, if in Zambezi region, we do not have these places where oil can be extracted, can we not benefit and benefit the residents by having, like my colleague mentioned there, be distributors or have a place which can also get the youths and many other social clusters to benefit from this area? That is a recommendation. The question that I have is, when colleagues were presenting, they did not mention the geographical mappings of the basins and the measures that are put in place to benefit those that are outside these basins. We only heard about the Oambo. How far does it stretch? And to what extent does it go? The Nama, how far does it stretch? Because then it comes back to the question that the colleagues already asked, to say, how will the residents of the Zambezi be received in Keetmanshoop, for example, to go and look for a job which is not a scarce skill. We have residents there that can equally do the job. So how do they benefit? But if we know that it stretches up to here, then we will then bring up these recommendations to say, now how about those that are outside the peripherals of the basins going to benefit from this oil and gas? The last question is, I heard the commissioner explaining that there is potential of oil and gas in the Zambezi region. But my question is, was the approach used to determine basins where ports exist currently also used in the Zambezi region? And if not, what criteria was followed for these basins to be identified where these ports are? Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe just like I indicated that to have a fair distribution of the room, we have already taken, I think, 3 questions from the middle row, or no, 4. So now, can we have the mic on this side, please? For that, maybe I need to get permission from the room. Do you want us to continue along that row, or should we distribute? Okay, the consensus is that we should distribute, like I've indicated earlier on, that please write down your questions so that you don't forget what you want to pass on the mic there. Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think it's the first time that we have this engagement here. My name is John Muntange. I'm a resident of this region. First of all, I just wanted to comment on what the first speaker said on insufficient time, especially on public participation. But I know we are living in a democracy, and the few people who are here, we represent all of the people we left at home, and we are going to share the information. Secondly, the very gentleman talked of translation, especially of this policy, especially with those who are impaired, the visually impaired in Braille. And I don't know whether the ministry have also translated this policy into various Namibian languages. If not, then I would suggest that the policy should also be translated into Namibian different languages so we can cater for all the people. The third thing is on discovery of oil. I know that oil, when we hear about discovery of oil, everybody is laughing and we feel like we have money in our pockets, which is not the case. Because we have many countries in Africa where oil, vast amounts of oil have been discovered, but the people, they are still lingering in poverty. So I just feel that these policies should be aligned in such a way that they should benefit all the people instead of benefiting just a few people like we have in the same ministry in mines. We have had mines here, mining companies, but only a few people benefit so far. So my question is, how long will the commercialization of oil and the gas take place in Namibia? I think that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I see maybe if a question from this side, if there's any? If there's none, then we go to the middle. Okay, we'll take one, the last one from this row.
Thank you very much. First, I wanted to, my name is Castro Mafila. I wanted to comment the way how you are selecting the people who should. Can you count the first time we raise our hand, you say 3 here and 2 there. You know them already before you start because it's sort of confusing, okay? Most of my questions are already asked, but I wanted to ask on the issue of community participation in terms of maybe shareholders. Is there any opportunity that individuals can be shareholder to these entities? The second one is the question of the time frame, how do you call this, contractual agreement with these foreign companies which are coming to drill oil. Is there any time frame in terms of when you are saying you have already started training Namibians to actually to have know-how of this oil market or entity? Do you have a time frame that by 100 years from now, Namibians should be almost 90% as the one controlling that market? Okay? And the other one, we were told to ask only 2 questions, isn't it? Because the other one, I think, is a little bit complicated. And I wanted to ask about these percentages, which he was explaining about the 10%. No, I'll just leave it.
Say we want to hear it.
He was talking about the company, the government actually is participating. Its participation is 10%. That's what, if I heard him right. And he spoke about taxi being taxed to that company as 30%. And he mentioned about 5%. In total, it's 50%. That's what he said. Or that's what, yeah, if I understood him right. But now what I'm saying is that I'm trying to imagine that initially he said the oil is for the government, all right? But they are going to participate 10%. So that company which is going to drill has to make profit, okay? All the government what will get is the tax, which is taxed from that from the profit which they got, or from the money which they accumulated. That's why I said it's complicated. But I'm still worried that, well, if the oil is for the government, were we not supposed to say that the product is for Namibians, so whatever is going to be produced in terms of profit should be shared almost 50%, or even the government, because it's the owner of the product. You just took it where it is in Namibia, you brought it back, you give it to the customers. So, but the product is for Namibians. So when it's sold, was the owner of the product was supposed to have more percentage, isn't it? Because you just transported it, or you just took it from where it was. So either government or other Namibian, who were supposed to have high percent, because it's our product. Okay? The other one which I said, I think he did not get it right, is the time frame. The time frame I said, when that company is given a contract, from now up to 50, maybe 50 years, do we have that agreement? Because we are already training our own. See, after 100 years, we should be able to do that ourselves. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll just give one more from the middle. The gentleman in the gray shirt in the middle. And then we'll invite answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this audience. My name is Charles Coco. I have 3 questions so far here. The first one is pertaining capital intensive. As we know that oil is more of capital intensive. My question is that, do we have got people on the board, either international or national, who have opted to put effort in this regard? Second question is about oil. Oil, we know that is a catalyst that can establish war. We have heard this in numerous world. See, people are fighting for oil. in the Middle East, Eastern Africa? How strong are we? Especially you, people who have come up with this idea. Are you prepared enough to defeat this? Third, do we have financial institutions in this country so that their ideas is to assist the entrepreneurs? Because I heard Commissioner, when he started her presentation, he talked of entrepreneurs. Do we have got such institution in this republic? Apart from what our High Excellency introduced about this, youth empowerment through the Minister of Finance, do we have got other institutions so far in this republic to help entrepreneurs to start up their businesses or to build their businesses? Those are my 3 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. So we're going to briefly invite answers to the questions posed, and then we'll carry on with our program.
Thank you for the questions. I'll answer some of the questions. Others might be more technical. I'm more from the legal background. So others which are more non-legal and more technical, my colleagues will come in. Let me start with the one of tax, which was mentioned there. What we are saying is this. The oil belongs to the government, so we established that. Fine. So now, maybe we can ask a question to say, okay, if the oil is for government, instead of government saying, I want 10% or 50%, why doesn't government take 100%? If government wants to take 100%, then government must go and search for the oil itself, and you take the entire 100%. But we need to understand that it's a very costly exercise, and government needs to prioritize. Because if government is to go even just after one block or what needs to be done within 1 year, that will consume the entire budget for the country to be able to just do the exploration. And if that is to happen, you can imagine the nightmare which will come in the country. We will not get paid, people who are working for government. And we need the army, the police to protect us. They need equipment. Who must buy that? Schools need certain things. Hospital, people will be dying. There won't be medicine in hospital. So government has to take a deliberate decision to say, instead of taking the entire budget and invest it in oil exploration, I'll put it on the eminent needs of the Namibians and allow someone else to do that. But in order to encourage someone to do that, the person is like, it's my money, what is in there for me? Because if you are saying, for argument's sake, maybe you say 50% or 80%, I'll say, no, I'm not putting my money. Proceed, you do it yourself. If I'm going to put, and this is not small change, we are talking about billions of dollars. So if I'm going to put my billions in there, there has to be an incentive for me to put my money with all the risks associated and get some returns. Because here's another thing to understand. Not every company which will search for oil will find oil. There has been some companies, they put millions and millions, they didn't find oil and they went bankrupt. But the government is still there because they were not involved at that stage. But, so it's important to understand, it's basically to say, I have the resource, but I don't want to put my money there as government. I need to focus on this, which is more pressing. I must allow someone else, but I also must create an incentive for that person to do that. Now, when I say 10%, 10% is the minimum. If government wants to go more, you negotiate. I indicated the aspect of our petroleum agreement. They can negotiate to increase some of these things. But now, when you start increasing, as an operator, like currently now, when government is participating at 10%, they are free carried. So government does not bring money up front. But now when you start claiming more and more in terms of benefit, and you want me to carry the costs, you must just enjoy the benefit. Because currently the arrangement is to say, if we don't find oil, I will walk away as the investor, I will pay for all the costs if we don't find. But if we do find the oil, then I say, well, I have carried you, now we are making money, please start paying back for your share. But now if the threshold is so high, you might find a situation where you start discouraging. Now, other countries, I think it's Saudi Arabia, the way they started small, but when they started getting this money, they started to empower their company, Aramco. And then it reached such a stage whereby now it can go and do exploration without anyone. Now it's government. But from the little money, which will not be so little in terms of what is coming anyways, you start empowering your company so that later on it can go on its own without anyone. You pay for the cost 100%, you get 100%. Now, with the tax, of course, I said the 10%, that one is for government to say, I also want to be a player, but I cannot be 100% player. I'm only 10% player with you. You take 90% as the player, but government, I only take 10%, and then we go. But anyone operating in Namibia, whether us or companies, we need to pay tax. So that company, you must pay tax. You are not excluded. Because you are extracting the oil, you'll be making your profit and so forth. You must pay tax. So those are the additional tax which I was adding. To say, tax, it's still a benefit which comes to government. But it's not exactly to say it's the participation. The other 10%, that one is participation. It's like a shareholder. But besides that, tax must still be paid. So it was just to make a point to say government at the end will not only receive the 10% as a shareholder, but government will also still receive from the tax and so forth. So ultimately then the amount becomes more significant. To amplify it on lastly, you can look at it in terms, let's say for every 1 barrel of oil, if it costs $100, so you start deducting 10% of that, which $10 goes for the shareholder, government. Now you are left with 90. And then from that, now again, $30 of tax plus 5%, now you're already at $45.50 and so forth. And then the different people, because the operator is the one responsible to pay this. Where are they getting the money? It's from that 1 barrel. So at the end, and also they are also taking out loans, by the way. These operators, so they must also service those loans. And then they pay. You might find a situation, an investor, for every 100, an investor is probably walking away with maybe $30 only. It's not that they are walking away with $80. A lot of things still need to be paid. So now if they are left with $30, and then we come in, we say, no, we want more. We want to increase. And then that $30 now becomes $20. It becomes $10. Then as an investor, I start saying, I think it's not worth it to put my money in Namibia. Let me go to Angola. There are also potential there. Or South Africa, they're also busy. Or anywhere in the world. Because Namibia is not the only country. We actually came late. So we want to do it in such a manner that we attract the people to come here. The aspect of wars, of course, in other countries, wars have. In terms of wars, we know in other countries it has happened, but again, we know in other countries it has not happened. So if in other countries they can maintain peace, why can Namibia do it? So it's really just a deliberate effort from government. But we are confident in terms of the systems which Namibia has, in terms of law enforcement, security, Namibia, we have a very good to maintain law and order. So anyone who wants to destabilize, it's to your own disadvantage. You will be neutralized very fast. We also have a proper legal system to deal with these other issues. So government is not worried about that. Government will proceed and make sure that everybody benefits accordingly and so forth. Okay, I think those are the ones I'm more comfortable to answer. I saw there were others from more for Petro Fund and the coordinates. Maybe the colleagues can come and assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the question on the filling station in Zambezi region. The answer from downstream says that there's a moratorium on the new license for all retail sites, which was imposed since 2022. So we wait till when it's lifted. But again, we ask them what happened before that moratorium. You know, still we are waiting for answers from downstream. When we get it, and we'll give it to you. And the next question is on the 10%. So I'll try to answer that. That's why we need a lot of economists and lawyers to understand this. I'm a technical person, but I'll try my level best. On the speech for our colleague Mbeha, from his beginning point, he mentioned that all resources belong to the state. So there's a big difference between the state and the government. The state is permanent and the government changes. Right? Each and every 5 years, we elect new governments. That's why all resources belong to the state, which means that all resources belongs to the people. Right? It's very, very important for us to understand this. And the second one is the question on 10%, and this is a carried interest and royalties. Again, we have to understand what does it mean carried interest, to be carried, and what is the royalties? So the royalties is on gross revenue. To give you an example, let's say that we are producing 160,000 barrels per day, right? So we times with the oil price, and that is the gross revenue. And the government will take according to the percentage of the royalties from that gross revenue, regardless of whether that company will make profit or not. The 10% is the carried interest. It's an agreement between joint companies or joint ventures. For example, I don't have money, but I know that this is my land, and you want to build a cooker shop on my land, but I don't have money. So we agree. Right now I don't have money, just go ahead, build the cooker shop, till when we see that the cooker shop is profitable, then I pay back the cost. All the expenses which we have been doing, pay back. Like for NAMCO, the 10% is the carried, as my colleague already explained. Which means NAMCO doesn't have money to explore, to invest in exploration. Exploration is very risky, it's very expensive. Right. To drill one well, offshore, 100 million, onshore, between 15 to 20 million, US dollars, not Namibian dollars. So, the arrangement was, currently we don't have any money, but we agreed carry us, do all the risk work, all the exploration. If you find oil, the moment you start producing, we'll start paying back till when you started exploring. But if you don't find anything, we'll not pay anything. We'll not pay the part cost. I think that is more likely like a fair agreement. Because if you don't find anything, we'll not pay. But if you find something, then we'll pay back the past cost. So there's where, that is the standpoint of NAMCO. Right now, NAMCO is being carried, all the blocks, we have 10%, but we are not paying for any exploration or for any drilling, searching for oil and gas, but there's an agreement. The moment that company finds oil, when they start producing, and then they will sit. Like, look, NAMCO, we did all the exploration, and this is how much. And again, we are going for production, and this is how much it costs for us to build the installation, because we need different facilities to produce. They add it together, and NAMCO have to pay 10% of that. This applies to all the IOCs, all the international companies. So I want just to clarify that on the 10% royalties, the state and the government. So all resources belong to the state, not to the government. The government monitors and control the resources on behalf of the state. And the carried interest, we are not paying anything till when that agreement come in place during production, then we total all the expenses to be paid by NAMCO before going forward with our partners. Thank you very much.
I can see that we are truly engaging, and time is now of essence. So it looks like most of the questions were addressed, except for the one of the geographical extension of basins. That one is also known, what is the extent of this basin more or less, but we cannot say that this basin can only benefit the people where they normally exist. Whatever benefit will come from these resources, they have to go to Treasury, and then Treasury can share accordingly to all the citizens of the country. So I'll allow Mr. Mbeha, there's something you want to address before we move to the next round.
Thank you. The shareholders' opportunities, apologies, I missed that one, are the shareholding opportunity. Yes, they are there. Every license holder, every oil company that is busy searching for oil, they are expected to have a local partner. So that local partner then will become the shareholder. So each and every one, that one is a requirement which is already there, and we will continue to enforce that one. Briefly on the benefiting, to say if there's no oil here, but oil is found in Kavango or elsewhere. Firstly, most of the oil, actually all the oil that have been found to be commercial, they are not in any particular region. They are far in the sea. Now, in any event, even if oil is to be found here, that oil will, the revenues will go to central government, because Namibia is a unitary state. So all the revenues will go to central government, and government will decide how that money will be spent. We have elections, we vote for our leaders, we have to allow them to make certain decisions, because a lot of needs are there. So we don't want a situation whereby now it starts appearing as if to say, this resource was found here, so it will be more for this region. Because different minerals are in different regions. But we take cognizant of the fact that you need to give some almost like special, to pay certain attention, which mostly comes in a form of our corporate social responsibility, where companies may be required to say you are operating in this area, you need to do certain things to directly benefit those people. But however, the money which is going to central government ultimately will benefit that particular region and anywhere else, whether there is oil or there is no oil. So there were some comments which were made to say maybe to look into the aspect of community funds and so forth. That we have also noted. We will take it, we discuss with our principals and see how best to incorporate it in this policy and so forth. Thank you.
I'll speak to the question of TVET. I would like to share that objective number 3 speaks to maximizing training, upskilling, and employing of Namibians. So the word TVET might not necessarily be in the policy, but it's catered for under objective number 3. And also before that, in 2023, the Board of Trustees of the Petro Fund has approved that the fund considers training Namibians in the field of TVET. And in 2023, same year that the board passed that resolution, we've sent Namibians for upskilling who have level 3, who are trained here in Namibia, have level 3 to 4 of TVET, for them to be upskilled to support the oil and gas industry. And some of them were trained in Indonesia, Malaysia, and also in Angola. At the moment, we have about, I believe, 15 candidates at TVET, at the TVET center in Karas, where the Petro Fund has collaborated with a certain operator for them to be trained in general fitting and turning and welding. And they will, after completion of level 3, they will still be considered for specializing in specific skills that are required for them to work for the oil and gas industry. And the candidates who were trained in Indonesia, some of them are qualified restabouts and roughnecks. I would also wish to share that the government has designated the Keetmanshoop Training Center, TVET Center, to be the training hub or center of excellence for oil and gas TVET training. So our Board of Trustees, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, NEMCO, and we also have representation from the Ministry of Education. They are working hand in hand, and they are also engaging stakeholders to make sure that that center, and also the NTA, to make sure that that center is fully capacitated to offer TVET courses locally. Thank you.
Okay, so it seems we have gotten answers to most of the questions, and the point on the local languages, that point is well noted as well. So I'm going to invite 4 questions in this final round. If we have spoken already, please, let's not try to repeat questions, and let's stay on topic. So I'll give the mic here in front. Just to be fair, most of the questions were posed by gentlemen, so we are giving the other gender as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Julieta Shaka. I'm more concerned, or it's more of a question, with us, the youth here in Zambezi. I feel like, how are we going to benefit on this? Because if we lack, if I don't have a qualification, I don't have the skills, and there's no training. So how is it going to benefit us, the youth? I heard the lady, Miss Julia, she said of implementing the TVET, yes. But here in the Zambezi, let's talk about Zambezi, as the youth in Zambezi. How are we going to benefit from this? I think that was my question.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give one chance there.
Thank you very much. My name is Hermes Mataya, a local fisherman. Talking about international standards and best practices, I did not hear the policy talking about National Endowment Fund. Can I please be informed, how is this policy talking to National Endowment Fund? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It seems the middle row is more active. Okay, we'll give the chance here for one more question. That's already 3.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Matongela. I'm coming from an NGO called Holistic Health Association of Namibia. We are a Section 1 company as per the BIPA requirements. Thank you. Mine is not a question, it's a small comment based on the 3 presentations. However, I should also indicate here that we welcome the opportunity in the Zambezi region to be allowed to give some input to this brilliant policy. Now, in Ms. Shino's opening address, you said oil should flow in our homes, which is very good, we want it to flow. But policy alone will not make the oil flow. I should think we have to add something there in the form of implementation. How we implement will determine the outcome of what we burn from our oil. In other words, implementation. You said be short. Mr. Johannes Mbundu, in your overview presentation, you mentioned Recon Africa in the Kavango region. I think you should have mentioned as to how Recon Africa is doing in the Kavango region. Is it doing very well? Is it doing very bad? But from what we read in papers, print media, I'm saying, there is no time that they have admitted to say they are doing very well. Recon Africa has been in the Kavango region, East Kavango to be specific, plus minus 4 years or so. Each time they don't have money. But they don't shut their operations to go back. Don't you see that they are making profit? How will oil flow there if each time they are denying to say that they are not making profit? Yes, I'm aware they have done a little bit of boreholes here and there. But in Kavango, if you follow, for the last 3-4 years or so, people have been dying from eating wild vegetables. But Recon Africa is operating there. What is it doing? Maybe against this background, I would suggest to say, maybe also as a government, we are lacking something. We should come up with a mechanism to monitor. They should not be only them alone. They should be monitored. I have never been to their site, but I can only point because I understand that they don't allow, they are very strict. Maybe there are security at the gate or something like that. Why? Government, why? I think something must be done. We will be having big promises on the oil when we are not going to benefit. And then Mr. Mbeha, on your presentation, you emphasized the ordinary Namibians to benefit from oil. Be it an ordinary Namibian in the street, be it at the rural villages or whatever. That's very good. We want them to benefit, but it still boils down to implementation. I'm basing my argument on OPEC. OPEC means the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. There are a few African countries that are there. Few as they are, it's just a handful that we can say they are doing very well. For example, Congo. This is not the Congo, the Zaire from Maputo. I'm talking the Congo Brazzaville. They have never done very well. That man has been president for years and years and years and years. He's very rich. Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea, the president has been there also for many years. He does not invest in the country. What makes Equatorial Guinea to be very strong is the oil and gas. His son is even a de facto prime minister. He's living in America. He's been guarded 24/7 because of the oil. So now, what is it that we should come up with so that we should really benefit? Because to say policy, 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 it is true, we want it to be shining, to be glittering, but please, let us emphasize also on implementation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are going to give the final chance. Since we have given mostly to the males in the room, I'll take one question from the back. Okay, hold on. We'll give you to elaborate after.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. As a proud Namibian and a proud youth, actually I want to ask a question. Apart from youth employment and Namibian participation, is Namibia going to benefit from the oil and gas developing Namibia, or are we just going to be selling and giving more percentage on the other countries or nations? Thank you.
To my brother from the middle here, it seems like there's something he was trying to say. Can you just briefly try to summarize the point we're trying to make?
All right, thank you so much. You see, I'll just go to the points that I wanted to follow up here. The 10%, politically, we have already suggested. There is no 10% from any operations in the Namibian minerals. You are getting it now from the public. You have been operating the way you're operating, thinking that you're doing things right. That's why today, Mulunga and group, they are there where they are. So what is happening is that the public is saying it must be more than that 10%. It's possible. Those countries you are mentioning who are having billionaires, they started somewhere. So my question is, how much does it cost to drill one borehole? So how much does it cost to drill one borehole or one rig? You see, we have to understand the cost so that we can see, like, okay, how much can we contribute to either start with one? The policy should address the measures in place to be able to do something in our country. Then the last one is on the requirement. Winela, Witswater Native Labour Association, when the gold was discovered in Joburg, they went across Sadik to take people to go and work in the mine. There was no requirement when it comes to certain skills. It was just one foreman with the rest of thousands of people before machinery was in place. You see, I want NAMCO to understand, like, we are not going to agree to your oppressive approach to public, to deny them to speak and to give you directions. Countries have been already destroyed in this world because of that type of approach. You can't be black skin and white inside. It doesn't make sense. Whether it's coming from the head of state, she said, go to the people. We are the people that put him in power. So whether you have finished already what you have been elaborating, you made the mistake as NAMCO already in the beginning. So we want people to directly benefit. So if an investor wants to come here and the reserve is in Namibia, let Namibian people benefit. And it must not be less than 10%. 50%, that's where we are sitting. We are not even suffering even if there's no any extraction taking place.
Point well noted on the percentage of participation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we are going to invite for answers, and after the answer session, then we'll give the CRO to give us the vote of thanks, and then we'll rise for our anthems. Like we have indicated earlier on that, okay, they'll give you a mic just to elaborate on what we're trying to say. But also just to inform the audience that the engagement shouldn't end here. Should there be more further questions which need to be raised, you can put them in writing and submit them through the local leadership, and it will still reach our office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johannes Mbundu. I wanted you to follow up with your colleagues that we, in Zambezi, we've applied for NAMCRO service station to be here, including the depot, whereby we suggested that the surrounding countries in SADC, such as DRC, Congo, Zambia, Botswana, could have access easily to get oil from Zambezi region. But as a result, up to now, we haven't got a feedback. And this submission was done in 2022. And that's way back. If you look at NAMCRO service station in Hosea Kutako, was built recently. That's before us. So please find out how far your colleague is with this submission. The company that applied was Giant Black Antelope CC. Giant Black Antelope Trading CC. Thank you.
Yeah, since I can see that we want to engage a little bit more further, I will allow 2 more final questions to be added to the list, then before we'll invite for answers. Okay. Yes, madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the floor. My name is Petra. I'm a business person, farmer, entrepreneur. It's not really a question. It's just a comparison. Forgive me to bring another scenario in the topic, but it will help us understand how the youth and every other business person might get involved. A year ago or 2, there was a discovery of minerals in Zambezi. I think we all remember that. It has since been quiet. Does it mean that there are no people, there are no business people that has the capacity to go and explore? I'm bringing it because I want to compare to this one, the oil and gas. If we are saying we want to benefit directly, I think it's by the means of business empowerment. The Petrol Fund, are they only focusing on scholarships, or also investment to partner with the business owners to fund them? That is the question that is in that comparison. The other one was from the slides. I can't remember which one was presenting. The registered companies, you are saying they annually report, they bring reports. Where do they report? What are they reporting? To the side of the government. Also, you mentioned something about licenses. They should be licensed. Where are they getting these licenses? Does it expire? Does it have a time frame? I just wanted to understand those. Thank you.
Okay, final question here by the front row.
Thank you so much for the chance. I'm Kami Kami. I'm a security guard with KATIMA Champion Security Services, sorry. My overview on this issue is we are talking about oil here, so I'm referring to all human lives which depends on natural resources. So as we are talking about oil, we are looking at the lives or the future of the people. So I'm looking at the policy compared to the law. I heard earlier that a policy does not punish, the law punishes. In this case, we are applying the policy. Therefore, I understand that this gas and oil thing is under Her Excellency, our President. But then she will not be through all the processes from the drilling until the finished product. So between here, she may not know what is going on. So there may be some corruptions driven by the policy, because the policy does not punish. So my suggestion is, I heard that in a later on, that's when the policy or whatsoever is going to be transferred into the law. So I think that will be a little bit too late. So for the best result, or to cut off any thoughts of corruption in this aspect, is to immediately enforce law on this so that the people of this country benefit to the maximum. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken. I think I'm going to invite now for answers.
I'm trying to scribble because the questions are that intense. And for that, we appreciate the inputs that we are receiving. So I'm just taking notes so that I don't forget some of them already as we have put them through. There's been quite some questions on the, maybe just wanted to address the issue of the NAMCO service station. For a service station to come here, whether NAMCO or any other service station, it's not entirely just depending on NAMCO. The downstream licensing how service stations happens in a town depends on, there are two formulas in which they can happen. One is if an individual yourself, you go to the Development Bank of Namibia or any other bank, you look for financing and you get that financing and you come and construct the service station, and then you say, NAMCO, Total, Engen, Puma, come and bid of who want to be the supplier for my service station. That is one approach. So a service station can be, you can construct it yourself as a business person in the region, and you only say, in my service station, I only save fuel under the NAMCO brand. That option is still is available. The second option is for NAMCO themselves to be able to be the one to come and invest in the construction of the site, and a local person becomes the operator, the one who runs the service station. Now for the second option to happen for NAMCO, they do what they call a business analysis, a commercial analysis. When they do that analysis, they then compare various places in the country. Where do they think that they have bigger volumes, and where do they think they can be able to secure a bigger internal rate of return on their investment? Perhaps, I'm not saying that is what has happened, perhaps maybe when they made the assessment of them investing in a site here in Zambezi as NAMCOR, or put that site at Hosea Kutako, they realized that commercially, at the stage where they were as a company, it makes sense for them maybe to invest first at Hosea Kutako and not Zambezi at this time. But I want again to call to let you know that the opportunity to be able to invest in that service station does not only lie with NAMCO. The choice of serving the NAMCO fuel and under the NAMCO brand is open to anybody to utilize and take advantage of that opportunity. Right now, we are having a moratorium on service station, especially in towns, because we are also seeing that there's just a congestion of many service stations, but the volumes of fuel that is consumed in the country is not increasing. The economy hasn't really opened up so that the volume has increased, but we are busy reviewing at the final stage then of reviewing that to say, per town, per area, how many sites can we allow, so that we don't also have sites just opposite each other, and then you have some site being closing, getting out of business, simply because it's no longer profitable. The volumes, as long as they remain the same, you haven't made any difference by allowing many service stations to proliferate. Also, when the service stations are allowed to make a certain margin, service station owners are allowed to make a certain margin of profitability from the fuel that they sell. and that margin is to allow them to be in operation, to be able to earn some profit, and then to also take care of their operation cost. When this margin, when the operation costs are higher than this margin, the pressure comes then on us as consumers, because then they will request for a margin to be increased. When that margin is increased because of the operational issues or lack of profitability, it goes on the pump price. So there are also other economic considerations. That's why we say, as a ministry, we have realized that the proliferation of service station was getting too much, and hence a slight moratorium was put for us to then say, let the distances also between sites be established, so that we can have the distribution of economic activities to be as far as possible. Then, but an opportunity still remains also in KATIMA that we have also identified, is the establishment of a downstream facility in the form of depots. Right now we are having a very big congestions on our roads. Trucks are driving up and down, going to Walvis Bay to pick up the fuel and transport to Zambia. This should not be allowed. We really want an investment to be made in the Zambezi region for there to be a depot, so that those trucks, we take them off the road, and then they only pick up fuel from here and they distribute further into the mainland of Africa. That opportunity is there and it's open for any investment. There was a question in terms of how far do the basins stretch. The basins do not know boundaries. That is why the Arano sub-basin that we have down in Omaheke region lies between Namibia and Botswana. The Ovambo Basin that we speak about is the same basin that is on the side of Namibia and on the side of Angola. So they are not based on villages or region. The geology knows no boundaries. The Nami Basin, we share it with Angola and Namibia. So Orange Basin, where the oil is, we share it with South Africa also. So it's not restricted to a geographic zone of where you are. It's things that are happening on the subsurface there. So the only limit that you can have to an area in terms if a discovery is made, perhaps is within the location of the blocks, because the blocks as they are demarcated, they are based on within the framework of the Namibian map. But again, as we said, we run a central government, and therefore all the management, all the revenue as they are earned must be managed centrally. We cannot say for this region, this is how much this. That responsibility lies with the central government to distribute the budget. And in terms of participation, you are all open. Can you imagine if the one region say, I only want people, even teachers, even nurses, they must only come from this region. Some of our sons and daughters will come back home because of unemployment, because we all cannot fit in one area, isn't it? So let us all be open-minded, but what matters is how do you make yourself competitive as a Namibian, is what we should focus on. And then there was a question on the timelines of the Namibian projects. Our licenses, exploration for oil and gas is not a very fast undertaking. It's very timely, very time-consuming, and also very capital intensive. An exploration license usually is given, it's not that it's for life. An exploration license is given, you have the first, initial exploration phase is valid for 4 years with a renewal for 1 year. And then after you have finished the work that you are supposed to do in that phase, you go into the first renewal phase. The first renewal phase is valid for 2 years with an additional of 1 year. There's also a work program that is set up in that phase. Once you are done with that, you go then into the second renewal phase also for 2 years plus 1, and the final year, which is the third renewal phase, also for 2 years. Now, within this timeline, if you are not finding anything, you can have a license for a maximum of 11 years. If you are not finding anything, you are drilling, but the wells are just dry. If you are lucky enough that in the first initial 4 years you drilled and you find something, your timelines already changes. Because once you have made a discovery, you then have a period of up to 4 years to just find out if that discovery is made in a well that is the size of this podium. How far is that catchment area? So you need at least 4 years to then to be drilling more wells around this discovery, so that then you can zone out what the area that you then called your production field, your field. How big is the area that you can produce from? Then once you have then, which is what was done by Total Energy, by Shell, when they have made their discoveries. Now with that appraisal phase where you are measuring the extent of your field, you are also then measuring to say, to produce the oil from this area with this bigger size of a catchment area, with the oil price that is set already in the international market to be $70 a barrel, how much will it cost me to bring that oil from the surface to the subsurface? Will I be making a profit? The Total discovery in Namibia is located 300 kilometers from the coast of Oranjemund. If you go on a straight line, you have to drive for 300 kilometers. I think almost the same as coming from Lundu to Kongola. Eh? That whole distance, you are just in the sea, in the ocean, to reach to the location where that field we have located it. Once then you come to the field, the oil, again, you have to go through 3 kilometers of water depth before you can reach the surface of the ocean, where you then have to drill again for another 3 to 4 kilometers before you find the oil itself. So now for you to bring that oil out from 3 kilometers of water and be able to move it for 300 kilometers to a refinery or a shore, you need infrastructures that are not there today. So you need to build that field, that production platform in that field, for you to be able to find that, to produce that oil. Now, in determining commerciality of a project, that's why sometimes you can find oil and you are, and I think it's the same question that was asked. There is a mineral that was found but no production. You can find it, but when you do the math, you realize that it will cost me more money to bring it to the surface than to leave it in the ground with technology as we have it today. So you then have to do those assessments to say, if I need to build a boat that can be able to stand at that place, and I need to have enough pipe that can go up to 3 kilometers of the water, and I need to have enough sanction to be able to pump the oil from the ground up to this boat. I need to have tankers where I can contain it while I'm producing, and I need to also have pipeline to move this oil from where it is into a refinery or to ship it into the market. What is the total cost of that, of doing that? And with that total cost, once you have established it, then that's when you can then say, like what Total has, with what we have done with the Total discovery, we say, even with all that is required, we are able to produce this oil and make a profit. That is what we call commercial assessment, or that a discovery is commercially viable. So some of the discoveries, even for minerals, works the same. A mineral has a price. You might find a lot of copper here, but to produce it and to take it to the market, you need more money than what you can make out of it. So sometimes you say, let me leave it for now until when the market conditions have changed. So in terms of the project timeline then for Total, or for the Venus project, which is what is advanced for us to start production now, we are now going to make final investment decision by the end of the year. We have already done the appraisal. We have established that it's commercially viable. Now we just need to make the final investment decision, which will then allow the market to provide the funding, the capital that is required. Once this funding is made available, we're now going to start the construction of that vessel and those pipes and whatever is needed. And that period will take us another 4 years. So our anticipation plan is now that we are going to start producing 2030. Towards the end of 2029, beginning 2030, that is when production is anticipated to start. So the timelines can be quite lengthy, but while that is working, there's a lot of things that are happening, there's a lot of work that is going on. People are constructing, people are doing all this, and the services are needed right now. Then I think Charles already explained in terms of the 10% that you can have, we can have 100%. You can also have a 10%. It just depends on how much capital you have. As a state, how much do you want to risk? The cost of an oil a well is nothing less than $100 million for one hole in the sea. On the land, it's around 50 to 30 million US dollars. You can convert it to Namibian dollars. One well will bankrupt us already if we go in with both feet. So it's because of those elements that the 10% here and the tax here, while we are growing our revenue to be able to invest 100% is the approach that we are doing now. Then there was a question of how will the youth benefit? I take note of the concern of this, that perhaps not everybody is educated to a level of the skills that are required. But I want people to understand that when we speak of the service of the oil industry, we don't only speak of jobs that must be provided by the license holder. Not all of us can work for Total. Not all of us can find jobs in Shell or Namco. Some of us will have to find job in the catering company that is feeding the people that are on the rig. Some of us have to find the jobs in where we're a transport company that is moving people from the airport to Luderitz, where they are taking a helicopter to go to the rig. The transportation there, the accommodation. So the youth, you must not only restrict yourself to say it's a highly technical industry, it requires both the skilled, the unskilled, and the semi-skilled laborers also. Everybody is needed. Just a bare ability of your hands to do the work, move this piece from there, that is what is needed also. Everybody is needed. So let's think of it from that approach. In terms of whether we have aligned the policy with the National Endowment Fund's approach, as I've said, the policy is not working in isolation, it's working with all other legal instruments that we have. For the oil industry and the extractive industry, we have already established the Sovereign Wealth Fund, whereby the revenues that are going to come from the proceeds of production, a portion will be invested in that Sovereign Wealth Fund to be able to assist then where a portion will then come into the development agenda of the nation to help the current development policies or aspirations as we have them. A portion will also be then reserved to also provide funding and reinvest into the industry so that we can then be able to slowly but surely take over. And then a portion will also be invested so that the future generation, the babies that were here, must also find some of the money that we are making from this production so that they can also be able to benefit at that time. So the policy also have an implementation tool. There is an implementation and monitoring part that is part of the policy where we are going to monitor the whole country accountable to ensuring that the policy is being adhered to. What is Recon Africa doing? It's a very difficult and easy question to answer. In a nutshell, Recon Africa have been drilling many wells, but they've just not been able to make commercial discovery. And as we say, when you drill the well, you also get technical data that also give you guidance. Oh, it was not here, but it looked like it's just 5 kilometers in that direction. So you have to continue chasing it. So that is what they are doing. They are drilling, but they haven't been successful in where they are, but they are also able, because of the encouragement of the data that they are seeing seeing other signs, and these are the signs that they are chasing. And because they have They are lucky enough to be able to find capital from the various investment platform where they are listed. They are still able then to drill more wells until they find it. It's not an easy science to find oil. Not at all. Not at all. It takes time, and that's just what is happening. Then the proud youth, we are very proud of you. That and the question was, will the oil contribute to the development of the country? Yes. So I said a portion of the revenue that will come will go directly into feeding into the development budget, but not everything, because we also want to leave some for the future, and we also want to invest. So yes, the development will be funded and amplified. And how much it costs, I think that one I already answered. There's a statement, if I correct, apologies if I misunderstand, that there was, when gold was being produced in the mines in South Africa, everybody was just being called to go and work, isn't it? It's not the same with the oil industry. The mine industry usually only requires the laborer. You must go dig and you must go pull those rocks up and bring to the surface. The oil industry is a little bit different. It's not that labor intensive. It's more technology and innovation reliance. But the auxiliary services around the sector itself, as I say, the catering, the food, the whatever, everything that's needed, that is what is labor intensive. Even a refinery, these things nowadays are almost automatically. You press a button and things go. It doesn't require much labor force than how the mining works. So we just need to be aware of that. That's why we need to grow the service sector. We need to grow the service sector. That's where we are going to play. What we need to come up for the policy to materialize, it's written in the implementation plan, and it's the implementation and enforcement of that plan which will make the policy to materialize. Our agenda is that this policy should not be like any other policy that we're just, once it's done, it's packed. No, that's not the intention, and that's why it's being managed from the highest office in the country. And we have also taken note of the call that it must not just be 10%, it must be 50% at least. We are going to take that, but also let us be cognizant of the implication of which come with the percentage. If it's 50%, that means that also your obligation towards that project, including financial obligation, is also 50%. So we need to be aware of that, and therefore, it cannot be a once-off that we want to say that it must be 50%. We do a progressive approach. As we earn money, we invest, and we take over. And financing mechanism, yes, the Petro Fund in its mandate is not an institution to finance SMEs. It's only there to build capacity and to train the people. There are other institutions that are there to fund the SME. And I think already on the ground, as we have observed, there are a number of companies that have come up to say that while the local content policy is coming, we are bringing our part already to the policy, that we are availing funds, that if a youth or a business person get a project to supply a certain service in the oil industry, we will provide you with the capital that you will require. There are various mechanisms that are already in place now to make those capital available. For example, there is a joint venture between Moneda Invest and Inno Capital, together with FNB, that also just empower SMEs in oil and gas industry. The Namibia Youth Forum, the Namibia Youth Energy Forum also have a fund that they have established just to empower Namibian businesses that are owned by youth people to participate in the sector. Once you have a contract, once you have a project, you contact them and they will provide the capital that you require. FNB, through the arm of RMB, also have a fund that is set aside just to fund oil and gas investments through SMEs, and also Bank Ventuk. They also have a dedicated loan financing facility that is just for oil and gas service providers. So all these are available for us to take up with. What do companies report to government? Everything. Everything must, by law, everything must be submitted to the Namibian government. Even the data that they are doing, when they acquire seismic or when they drill that borehole, the data that comes out of the ground, including the rocks and the cuttings and the chips that are coming out, they are properties of the Namibian government, and we are having them. We are the custodian of this data. A question on the policy that it must punish now. I think there we might contravene the policy-making procedures, but our intent is to establish regulation immediately, already once a policy is adopted, but I will give the floor to my law-making colleague to come and answer that question. I think that's all on the other questions.
Thank you for the platform. On the question of saying it doesn't punish, okay, the words I think I used, it was to say it doesn't provide for fines. Because you can punish in many ways. It's not just fines, which is the only way to punish. So, because a fine would say, if you don't do this, I'm going to make you pay so much. That is not in the policy. That is something which you put in the law. And the law will come. But in Namibia, you start with a policy, and then a policy will inform the law. But the policy does punish. It's not, there are no fines, but it does punish. And the punishment which I said was, if you do not adhere to the provisions, when you give in your reporting, your plan, because as a unit, we need to approve your plan. We will not approve your plan. And if we don't approve your plan, you cannot move forward. You are stuck. And when you are stuck, you lose money. And businesses don't want that. Because they need to finish what they need to finish so that they can start making money. Just to clarify that. Just a bit on Recon Africa, there was aspect of to say it's secretive, maybe people are not allowed. Just like any business, even ShopRite here, one cannot just want to go behind ShopRite where they prepare food and so forth, because that is a private property. But that's where now the regulator comes in. Us as the regulator, Recon Africa or any other company cannot keep us out. We are mandated. We have inspectors. They can go there anytime to inspect what is happening there, to make sure that they are complying with the law and so forth. So you can rest assured that that aspect is being dealt with. And then the commissioner also mentioned the aspect of 50%. In the policy, one of the guiding principles, it says progressive approach. So if you want perhaps to get to 50%, then you need to you gradually get there. You just don't get there overnight. You say, okay, we are at 10, perhaps now we move to 25 or so, and so forth until you achieve what you want to achieve. And then the last point I want to make, it's on page 32 of the policy, because the aspect of funding, because Petro Fund will fund individuals so they can study and work with various institutions to be able to capacitate. But in terms of the strategies, strategy number 3, this is what it says. Facilitate innovative financing structure and mechanism to enable Namibian financial sector to support local business, particularly those owned by previously disadvantaged persons. It's what the commissioner also mentioned. So government facilitates with the institutions who have the funds to say, this is how we want you to assist our people and so forth. And then the last strategy, number 4, it says, develop targeted measures to support and encourage investment in the sector by local SMEs with specific emphasis on business owned by previously disadvantaged persons. So it's to say that for everything that we are doing, we have a strategy, and it's in the policy. And how are we going to do it? We have an implementation plan which will guide us to do all of those. And the last point I would like to make, a general comment, is that also we should not look at the industry just one-sided to say, how do we all go in the sector? There are going to be opportunities which are direct, and then there are going to be opportunities which are indirect. Because when oil starts flowing, government starts getting money, the economy grows. When the economy grows, money starts moving. Because now, as a public servant, maybe I was not getting so much money, now I'm getting so much money. Now I can afford to go to a hair salon, not just the barber shop. So I'm spending there, I can take my, and government now can even employ more people. Now you have more people, they want to spend. Whether you are doing a salon business, which has nothing to do with oil, but because now there's more money flowing in the economy, people now are spending. So someone who has no knowledge of oil might be benefiting indirectly because of the money that oil is bringing. So I just want to make that point to say it can't absorb everyone. But once the money starts flowing, directly or indirectly, it will reach all the corners of Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we give ourselves, I mean everyone, a round of applause. So, it has been a marathon since 9 o'clock until up to now. So at this point in time, I think we have engaged enough. So should there be still questions in the audience that you would like to address, like we have advised earlier on that please make use of the regional leadership and let those questions still reach us. At this point in time, I'm going to invite the acting CRO, Mr. Biven Waluvita, to come give us a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Honorable Bernard Sisamu, Councillor for Caben North constituency, and also acting as the Governor. Ms. Maggie Shino, Petroleum Commissioner, and your delegation. Representatives of our 4 traditional authorities, senior government officials, entrepreneurs that are here, representatives of higher learning institutions, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me stand between your lunch for a few seconds. I'll be very brief. And let me deliver the vote of thanks for this milestone event that we have all responded to. I will start by thanking the young man who volunteered to deliver the prayer that connected us to the spiritual comfort. Thank you very much. Let me thank you, Honorable Sisamu, for your flexibility, that you have made yourself available. Just when the governor left yesterday afternoon, she had to leave all this on your shoulders, and you were so flexible enough to even spend the whole day or half of this morning with all of us. Ms. Maggie Shino and your delegation, for setting the tone. We know that the oil and gas industry is very exclusive, and that is because it's an industry that creates wealth. And many of us have been excluded to that. And now you have been tasked to unlock those opportunities for every Namibian. We look forward to the completion of the policy. To the two presenters, Ms. Tambundu, we thank you for the technical presentation on oil and gas and the importance of hydrocarbon. Mr. Mbeha, for breaking down the policy objectives and issues that the policy need for the participation of all Namibians in different forms. More importantly, let me thank you, the audience, for the response you have shown. I think we need to continue in this trajectory. For your inputs, this policy is only going to be shaped by the inputs you have put in, by your contribution. Let's encourage each other. I'm so disappointed that from the Youth Development Fund, that is still running until end of this month, only 250 applicants came from Zambezi. The rest, 2,300 from other regions. Only 250 from Zambezi. I don't know whether we don't respond to public calls or because we don't know how to fill in the application forms. The more we participate in these national policies, the better. To the media for educating the nation, for ensuring that everybody participates from the comfort of their homes. We thank you for that. And finally, to the Director of Ceremonies for being so professional in directing this event. We look forward to a balanced policy. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waluvita, for giving us that vote of thanks. At this point in time, we have come to the end of our program. But before that, I'm just going to make a brief announcement. Then we'll do our national anthem, and then the event will be adjourned. So for the serving of lunch, the high table, the dignitaries, and the representative of the traditional authority, those one will be served from the fourth floor by the cafeteria. And then the general public, once you exit, you'll be served there accordingly. So at this point in time, I'll request all of us to rise and also request the sound operator to assist us with the national anthem and the AU.
To rise together, to defend
very much and have a pleasant afternoon.